I want to say one thing, Dennis. If you guys make any decisions as far as accounts that you want to take something out of or whatever, can you write it down? Because listening to 8 hours of you guys just visiting is going to be really hard.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
See, Christine's book isn't even here. I don't think so.
Really? Are you saying, you're saying 8 hours is too much? Wow. Shocking.
Is it? I kind of disagree. I don't think it's shocking. All right, let's see. So what numbers or what page should we go to?
Well, so is this all the new
It's
stuff that we're,
Oh, see the stuff right here.
On purpose.
And he would be, yeah, he's not gonna be in the books yet.
And I have copies in order. But maybe your copies are gonna be in order too.
well, I can shuffle.
That doesn't mean I put him in order.
Okay.
Yeah, what page do you want to start with?
18.
Okay, that's not the first one, but there we go. I found it. Get a pencil.
Oh, sorry. So is what I did, Keeper. On theirs, I put, because we're gonna put it into 2300.
Yep, switching it to 2300 anyway.
So on theirs, I put, we're moving it to 2300.
I put that on mine too.
And I put your, with page 69 is why they're,
Okay, so this is gonna be 2,200.
2300. So
23.
all that 1000 mark will now be a 2300 because it is now truly part of the office of the sheriff corner. But we've got a lot of changes to do now. In fact, I need to get re-sworn in as the actual sheriff corner now. We got some things to jump through, but simple stuff, no big deal. Okay, well, so just jumping right into it, corner salaries, it's just gonna go up a little bit, $280 up. The employer contributions,
What is it gonna be when it goes?
9,900, sorry, 9,900. The employer contributions actually goes down and it's gonna go down to 1,100.
Yeah, that's a good trade.
Yeah, it's working out well. Corner supplies, we're gonna keep it the same, cause that's a huge variable expense that we can't really determine how many desks we're gonna have, so, we're gonna leave that at 1,500. Our dues stay exactly the same because it's the annual dues we pay every year and it's $350. The corner fax line is completely removed, so that's a 0 now. In fact, we could honestly just delete that line item if we want to.
it won't clear off until, the system doesn't work that way, but yes, we'll close it, but it doesn't clear off. It'll be on there next year and then it'll clear off.
Very good. The corner contracted services, gonna take that down to 3,000 instead of the 4. Corner travel, kick that to 1,200 rather than 1,000, just because the cost of everything. And then these are gonna be the added lines into the corner budget that are not part of your world right now. How would you like to, do you want me to give you the last 3 number, which would be, so at the end of every one of these, like there's a 110 for salaries. I can give you the last 3 if you want to add that in.
Yeah.
Okay, so it'll be 112 will be an added line.
Okay,
And this is for the, it'll be the corner line item of deputy call out. So this is if moving forward, when we get our other deputy sheriffs, actually certified as corners, we'll only pay them out if they get called out. Unlike myself and undersheriff here, The coroner salary is just part of our salary because we're gonna be called out more than anybody else. But there is a chance we might have. So I'm gonna ask for $500 for the call out for deputy coroners. There's never been a line for coroner fuel, so I don't know who was paying that, but that should be line 230.
It came out of his travel, Peter.
Okay, and that's really where it shouldn't come out of, but it's okay. So that's 250 for fuel. Gonna add in 360.
Slow down just a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm doing two at a time here. so-
I'm sorry, bud. I will slow down for you.
360, 50.
360.
You'll forget.
Okay, and what's that gonna be called?
360 is gonna be coroner vehicle repair. Which I was really surprised at, because Dale being a car guy, you'd think he would have kept up the vehicle a lot better, but he gave us a broken vehicle bad.
Mhm.
So I had to put a new front cross member in it, new radiator.
Just wonder if he just didn't use it.
But he hit a raccoon with it a long time ago, and then it started to shake real bad and make a lot of bad noises. So he didn't use it very often. Then he always rented Stevenson's vehicle when he needed to go to Billings.
Oh,
So it was a trade-off. But I want to make sure we got a safe vehicle to drive, so no matter what. So anyway, we're gonna ask for $1,000 just to keep that vehicle up nice. And then coroner training, 380 is $1,200. So that is a total budget for
How much was that one?
that is 1,200. That's gonna be a total coroner budget of $20,000 even. Which brings us up about $1,300 total from 25 budget. So we're coming up just a little bit.
And the total you said would be 20,000?
20,000 even.
Yeah.
Okay. That's that one, unless you have questions on the corner side.
on
Talk
that,
those.
on that salary,
Yep.
that's paid out monthly, like it would.
Yeah, so the way it works, Dennis, in fact, you know what, let me,
They have a copy of your sheet.
well, okay. So in this sheet here, you'll find this, the sheriff, coroner, and deputy sheriff salary determination sheet. It looks like this right here.
I got a road crew.
My
Sheriff,
guess is
coroner,
it's gonna
deputy.
be almost at the back, right there it is,
Looks like
very
that.
back sheet.
Okay.
So if you wanna, let's go through this real quick, just so you understand. So if you come down. If you come down about,
I'm like,
no, just, it's gonna be
Corner.
easier for me, yeah.
Right here.
Yep. So combined office of the coroner. So the way our stuff works is I itemize every piece of our salary, and then we end up with a bottom number. And then what I do is I give to Sherry, divide that out into 12-month periods of every month. So it's included in my monthly salary. Same with him for his coroner side, as the stipend as well. So it's just part of our annual salary.
Okay, so that stipend that comes with this, it's just figured out on a monthly basis, and that's just added monthly. That's how that works.
Yes. Yeah, and that helps, cover the call out, the long nights to the ME, sitting through autopsies, filling out death certificates, verifying all that information. That there's where we're getting our money.
Real life stuff, isn't it?
It is, unfortunately. And it's gotta be right, unfortunately. Or fortunately. You can't be wrong on this stuff.
Well, when we put that guy under the bucket, we wanna make sure we know his name.
That's exactly right.
This is no different, just make
The
sure.
only thing we've done this morning so far.
All right, any other questions on
Which
coroner
is the
stuff?
coroner
Yeah.
worksheet. And he added a few lines, so I wrote
Okay.
those
Not
in.
me.
The
thank you.
total budget. Got that here on there.
I know that's kind of odd and a goofy way to do it, but now that Chris is here, do we want to take 5 minutes for public comment so I can update you guys on the 911 meeting? Or do you want to do that at the end of this?
whatever is easiest for you, Keith.
I'm at a good breaking point because we're
Okay.
in between the
Do
next
it.
sheet and it,
Sure.
911 is only gonna take me a couple minutes to update you guys on some,
Yeah,
actually
you
some
got
really good
amount
stuff.
of time, so
Okay.
those are your pages.
Todd's not here.
He'll be great. Usual.
He's.
I don't think you read the email.
Hmm.
Give me just a second, Kiefer.
Yep.
Wasn't planning on typing anything this morning, but if you're doing a public comment, I will write it down here.
Okay. Yeah, it really will not take much time.
Tell Christine,
What?
cause she's the writer in our family.
So I was telling him that today, if you guys make any decisions on like accounts you're gonna wanna take money out of or change, that you need to write it down because I'm not gonna be able to pick it up out of 8 hours of you guys
Probably
talking.
good.
Yeah. Which I imagine there won't be much. There's hardly anything I write for the budget, but if you guys have anything.
I would have it.
Well, it surprises me, cause these conversations we have in here are quite riveting.
Yeah, we hear about them on regularity.
I'm ready whenever you are, Keeper.
Okay, I'm ready. It's gonna be very brief. This is a 911 update from our 911 board meeting yesterday. Maureen, who is our GIS representative instead of KLJ now, KLJ.
Bill J.
KLJ. She works for Custer County, but she does all the mapping for us now. She presented the new address validation and maps that she has just got done doing. We went from 30% validation previous, which we, at 30%, we were the highest in the state, by the way. We are now at 90% address validation.
Wow.
So we're in really good shape. So this is really important for next gen 911 that's coming.
Can we jerk on somebody's shirt tail to pay attention?
We're working on that. It's gonna work.
So that just means that the addresses are,
Addresses are now validated through 7 different verification platforms to guarantee the correct address. And her new mapping system not only shows the address, but it shows the access point to long farm roads.
Isn't that what John was talking about in one of his emails here in the last month?
Don't know. I don't recall seeing that one.
He said
Maybe.
something really great coming down.
Yep, and this is awesome. So now we have access to that map. So even, like you are actually the perfect example of how to access your farm and your addresses. Your access point will actually be right off of 253 there. It'll be a purple dot showing that's where you access everything down this road. So it makes it super good for first responders, ambulance, fire. If you don't know that somebody might have a 8-mile long driveway or there's a couple that are 14, 18-mile long driveways.
Or know how to get to the corner of the county.
So that was really good. There is a few more features coming to that soon. Let's see. So they tried to talk to Macomb County, Powder River County, and a few others. Their mapping systems are so out of date that we can't even load them into our Zerker database. So we can't even look at surrounding
Is
counties.
that why they're trying to affiliate with Fallon?
Yeah, some of these other counties have really got to get on board because they are so outdated at this point. Their maps are no good. Okay. We did talk about the sirens, the bill on the sirens. It's not an approved 911 expense. It is a DES expense. They have to be maintained and paid for through DES. So we're going to have to figure that out. It is a public safety item. So worst case scenario, it might have to end up in the sheriff's budget. We may have to maintain it, but
Is it something that's advantageous to continue? Or is
absolutely.
it something we have to, or is it?
It's a backup system is what it is. It's a
Okay.
redundancy. The advantage to it is if it's working correctly, we can actually set it off with our handheld radios. So
Uh-huh.
if we have a huge storm coming in, we can hit those sirens before dispatch ever does. So we can set them off different ways if it's updated and correct.
One of those things that you never needed until you need it.
Yeah, and really the only thing it's for, because I've heard a couple of town people say, well, I never hear it when I'm in the house. Well, that's not what it was designed for. It was designed to get people to go from the outside
To get in there.
to the inside, find shelter. That's what it was designed for. And I think it works for that purpose. So it's just one of those things I think we need to discuss, figuring it out, but 911 will not pay for that. And they will not maintain it.
You know, this past week is a good example of calling people to an emergency. How important that is, because it doesn't matter. In 20 years, it hadn't mattered. But, you know, you have that storm, you have that event. Just that one time it does matter.
Yeah, it's just that one
They
time.
found that in Texas.
They did,
It mattered.
you know, and even with all the early warning systems they had, we still lost a lot of lives over that. So it's vital. I think it's important. They did ask if you had any information on quarterly funds, especially like the library, the GIS library, taking a bunch of our money last year, and if you had any.
I haven't received any
Okay,
notifications on that.
very good.
And the only reason I found that is because it's the difference in budget line when we were going through it that day.
Yeah,
There was a glaring message.
okay. All right, then we went into the budget. We made a lot of adjustments on the budget on the fly while we were there. Bottom line is we're expecting about $360,000 in revenue. But this year we are gonna have about $510,000 in expenses, so we are dipping into some of our savings this year. But we've got a lot of things that have got to be taken care of, mainly computers, electronics.
Updated.
It's a lot of updating going on this year. So, we are dipping into some savings, but we have money. It's not a problem.
Are those the ones that we talked about where we change out 3 or 5 every
No.
year?
No, so those are our MDTs. Those are our
Right.
portable computers in our
Okay.
cars, and those are 6 a year. We swap out 6 every year.
Mhm.
The ones we're talking about is actually console desktops at dispatch. We've got servers that need to be replaced. Same in my office. I've got a bunch of updates I got to do with stuff, and we'll talk about that in the budget. But there's more good news to come about computers, which I'll talk about right now. So,
When it works.
well, I'll talk about this next. So, we are gonna be moving the meeting dates. We're gonna move everything down a month. So instead of June, we're gonna go to July. Instead of January, we're gonna go to February.
Instead of March, we'll go to April.
Yeah, we're gonna move things around because June is so freaking busy for everybody. We struggle getting a meeting in June, just like we did this time. And now all of a sudden we're into early July anyway. We're just gonna move everything. So that's gonna be at the next board meeting. We'll vote on that, change some bylaws and make it happen.
Are they gonna change the day? of the
No,
week?
it's gonna stay on Tuesdays.
Oh, they like Tuesday now.
Yeah, because now we have 2 sets of commissioners that have meetings on Wednesdays, and we're gonna cater to the commissioners because they're spoiled.
Cause you can.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Anything for my friend.
I'd appreciated it yesterday.
Okay, so the good news on computers, Mako came down and gave a presentation to us. It was the Mako IT department, which,
Carly King.
yep, I've dealt with Carly for years. Because she's been with,
We've been trying to get her here. Have we ever gotten her here? Nope.
well, she'll come. It's easy.
Yeah.
I've dealt with her
Tony
through
does.
Matic. I've dealt with her in law enforcement world. She is a cyber tech expert.
Yeah,
National award winner. She is amazing. Anyway, Mako has put together their own IT department,
mm-hmm.
and their only goal was to help
Just cut cost.
county and sheriffs.
Yep.
That's it.
That was it.
So I told her, well, I asked her, I said, hey, here's what I'm looking at for new computers, and this is what it's going to cost me. And she can beat it by half.
Oh, my God.
Half. We had a bill coming in to replace some auxiliary power units for a bunch of stuff in dispatch. They cut that cost almost in third. We were gonna pay, it was a ridiculous amount, like $14,000, and she can do it for $4. So
Oh,
there's a huge benefit. And the support side of it is way better than
Well,
DIS.
That's what I was looking at, was the support side.
They guarantee that, they will have a staff member on site once a month, free of charge, to physically verify every computer in the building, all the internet access, everything. So we're not creating these silly tickets and calling somebody across the state and trying to talk through it, because we're not IT specialists. And most of those people, to be honest with you, I'm not sure they're IT specialists anyway, because they're looking at a book, say, okay, this is the problem. Okay, I want you to click this, and then unplug it, and then click this. Tell me, did that work?
Yeah.
Well, they're gonna have an IT guy here once a month, guaranteed, no charge. So bottom line is the sheriff's office, since we're on separate anyway, we are switching to Mako IT. I'm gonna make that happen. The equipment I need, I'm gonna have them order it for me rather than ordering it through DIS. The savings for the county is huge. It's just the fiscally responsible thing to do, and I think we're gonna have way better service.
You know, sometimes when you have those communications, one speaking Greek, one speaking French, and it's better if they just do it.
Yeah,
Like they just come and do it, and then you lose the middle guy. Just leave him out of it.
Well,
He doesn't need to know.
we're paying for it. It's part of our Mako dues.
it is. We're Mako members. Let's
Yes.
utilize what Mako has to offer us. And it does make sense. So, I actually wrote this down. I think right now, I'd have to go back and look at the quote, but I think it's like 2,300, it's roughly, it's $2,500 for a computer tower through DIS.
Yeah,
Carly gave me that same tower for $1,200,
half price.
half price. Laptops we're paying almost $3,000 for. She's looking at probably closer to 1,000, maybe $1,200 for a laptop. So almost third. So, anyway, that was great news on the computer world. And we did have, elections again, and everything stayed the same. Rex is still gonna be chair. I'm still vice chair, and Columbic is still the secretary. So that all stayed. Carly will come down and do free cybersecurity training, which I think we should have her down and offer that.
Yes.
They also do, this was the other great part, they also do full camera systems. They just did one for Libby, for the sheriff's office in the jail up there. They got quoted $80,000 through DIS to do that. Mako did an upgraded system for them for 25,000. So they got way better cameras for a third the cost.
Mhm.
They also do the electronic door locks, which is something I've talked about in the past. We did these keypads to kind of get us started. I really would like to go to I want to go to a key fob system, which is even better and easier. That's how you get into the building. It's just that little key fob. And this one is for Custer County, so I can get in the sheriff's office and dispatch there.
But it's programmed, you don't have to hit a button or.
Nope, you just touch it in front of the screen and the door unlocks
Like
and
a
lets you in.
hotel key.
Yeah, and every one of them's coded on the back, so we know who it is. It's super easy to take them in and out of the system. Once again, kind of like our key lock system, but it's a little bit more work to do it here, but not bad. It's another level of security. So, I'm gonna have her give us a quote on that. That's something I want to look at in the future, but we'll get started on that. The process of getting dispatch out of Miles City government and going into Custer County government was brought back up. And I think we have a way to do it this time. So we're gonna start that discussion again. Rex and myself are gonna spearhead that subcommittee to try to see what we can do, which would give us a lot better deal with dispatch.
Well, the facility they're in is county,
It's a county facility. They're considered
a city employees.
city employees, but yet they get county benefits for like Mako and stuff like that. The whole thing is so convoluted. And yet Lynn has still, the dispatch supervisor still has zero heat when it comes to discipline. When it comes to people, they've got a dispatcher there that needs to go away before she gets somebody hurt. And they've fired her once, brought her back. And it's time to let her go again. And it's something I'm gonna be working on today myself, but Lynn can't do anything. She can write her up all she wants to. I think she's, I don't know, 8 or 10 write-ups into this now, and
Her folder's full.
still she sits. And we need to have some teeth. So what we want to do is get Lynn and the dispatch under Custer County government. Custer County government, the commissioners, want to create a authority board, which would be the 911 committee, to handle
Discipline.
dispatch, or yeah, dispatch discipline. And if we can't resolve it within the committee, then it will go to the commissioners to handle it the rest of the way. The commissioners are really on board with this, and I am too. I think it's a smart move. So,
You think it's smart to give the commissioners that much hammer?
oh, absolutely. It's no different than road department, it's no different than any other department that you guys are in charge of.
Okay.
And that's all it becomes, is just a department.
That was the only downfall I had heard.
Yeah.
It was too much power.
I don't think it is. I think by creating the subcommittee or the executive committee, the authority board, I think it removes a little bit of that power. Because they're gonna, you guys work off of recommendations from boards.
Right.
And that's what Custer County wants to do, is work off of recommendations. Now, they can still override those recommendations, which I think is the way it should be set up. So,
Then that makes
Okay.
sense, because the people on the ground, people in the department, they see it day to day.
Yeah.
Commissioners don't.
We only hear the grumbles. We never hear the good stuff.
so that's that. Right now, as of yesterday, our current next meeting is gonna be September 16th at 1:30. Set it up at the senior center here in town. Okay?
Got it.
Excellent. All right, well, thank you for letting me take a minute to do that. Now, we'll get back to budget. How's that sound? Let's go to page 69, please.
It's gonna be in that state.
It's in this
Right, you
file.
notepad, so if you have to write anything down today
Oh, Guy, I can
for me,
use
you
that
can just write
paper.
it down there for me.
Please use that paper.
Yeah, that'd be great.
69, huh?
Page 69.
I can't
There,
count
yeah.
that high. I got a 79.
Oh, there's 69, very bottom.
You have a
Well-
79 as well, but it ain't, that's, we're not talking about that one yet.
There you go.
We're doing backwards here.
I'm doing backwards.
Well, they're not, they're kind of mixed up anyway. They're more so now, so.
You didn't have your book.
Would you like me to give you
Take it
a,
home and study it.
I didn't have your book to put them in there, that's why they're all.
would you like me to give you a packet that's actually in order?
Well, of course.
Oh, okay, well, here you go.
What an ass. I still probably can't find it.
Yes, you can. Now we're just gonna go page by page. You got it made from here.
Good
All right.
thing I showed up early.
All right, let's just go down the list. Salaries, 246,000.
Is that for four? or
That is for four. That is for four. That's a four-man, that'll be a new four-man department if we can make it work. Okay? Special deputy line, $500. Sheriff overtime. Now, this is a tricky one. So I put down 5,000 because it's about what we always ask for. But that could theoretically go down if we get the fourth person.
Well, yeah.
Overtime would go down. Employer contributions, of course, go up with the fourth person. That's 54,000. Supplies, we're gonna stick at the 5. I think we can make that work.
You don't want the computers on there?
What's the 7,500 next to it?
That's
Yours
your
doesn't have it.
computer.
This
So-
one does.
Yeah, so I put it back over in, oh, see, I'm sorry, you don't have the completely updated sheet. So follow along with me for a minute, and write down some numbers. The 7,500 I actually put in 4010 is to make sure we have it, and then it'll come back into here, right?
Yeah.
Or do you want it in supplies right now? I'll make a note of that too, but, all of it's there. We'll talk about it a different way. So yeah, you can add 7,500 on that. You already have it there. And I'll show it to you where it's at in another spot. But so supplies, 5,000 on my sheet plus the 7,500.
That's for computers.
That's for computers. But that obviously is gonna go down when I get done dealing with Carly. Hopefully, we're gonna be down more like 3,500. It's gonna be my goal. 4,000 at the worst. Public safety clothing, uniforms, $5,000. Firearm supplies, 3,000. Fuel, 25,000.
That's with the additional,
Yeah, everything here is with the additional,
Four.
peoples. So this is looking at a four-man agency. Sheriff's postage, 500. Public safety dues, 1750. Sheriff's telephone. And this I'm gonna ask for a little opinion from my commissioners on, a little advice. So 6250 for telephones is ridiculous.
Mhm.
Absolutely ridiculous. My contract with Mid Rivers is up. I'm seriously thinking about getting rid of all the phones in the sheriff's office except for one, and that's the one on Christie's desk. Because she can forward phone calls to us through our cell phones. That reduces my phone budget by 7 phones or 6 phones, but it should get me about, well, at least half price on my phones, if not maybe a little bit more.
Just a question, does Mako's IT have any options for telephone service agreements or anything?
That's a great, I don't know.
Just something to,
That is a great thought.
Check with Carly.
I am going to. Telephone service.
Well, is it written that we have to be all on the same phone system? Is
No.
it gonna be difficult to transfer inter-office?
No. I've even talked to, Fisk over at the school about his phone.
Daryl?
Yeah, and it's cheap. I just don't know if I trust it yet. And I don't know if it'll tie into our 911 system. That's always the next question. So, but the simplest way to fix this is just get rid of a bunch of phones in my office. It's,
Well, you got more butts in car seats than you do in.
we spend more time out and about, and as much as we use our cell phones anyway. I think that's what we might talk about doing, but I do want you guys to kind of mull that over in your head and help me come up with any negatives of that or positives of that before we move forward, and we'll have that discussion again about telephones, okay? And I will visit with Carly on telephones. That's a great idea, Eric.
I don't know if they can do anything, but there might be something.
Yeah. Contracted services, 3,000. And this has a possibility of going down too by switching with Mako IT, because that will help me with my contracted services
Yep.
bill. Equipment repair, 15,000. Sheriff, our travel and our training, both of those are each at 2,500.
You haven't used that much on either one.
We've been doing good so far, but we are coming up on
Some days.
years where we're gonna have a lot of training coming up, because we have to maintain a certain amount of training every quarter, or I mean, every biannually, so, it's gonna get us coming up. And then down at the bottom, this is something I wanna talk to you guys about. I've added this in. And, one of them is chaplain supplies. It's $250, and one of them is chaplain fuel for $1,000. So I'll explain to you what I've done, and hopefully we can help budget this. So Tim Terrian, our old undersheriff, I had sent him to National Chaplaincy Law Enforcement School when he was hired with us.
He was about the last year he was with us.
Yep. And then he moved over to Glendive and worked there. He retired from there. And the importance of having a law enforcement chaplain in my world is, in my opinion, it's vital. It's almost non-negotiable.
What's the role of them?
So the role of a chaplain is, they typically ride around with the cop once a month. And really it's what we call the checkup from the neck up. It's a lot about mental health. And then they're there to help with coroner services. They're there to help with, really bad scenes that we're on, to help get those memories and pictures out of our head and not hold on to them forever. And the role of a law enforcement chaplain to me is even deeper, and it's better to have somebody that knows that
There's
business.
someone you can talk to.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
They're
that they
more for
understand it.
the office than they are for the outside.
Oh, they're 100% for the office.
Yeah.
They really are. So I sent Tim to our local Sheriff's Association Convention chaplaincy school this year. He went with me to MSPOA. He spent a week there, getting into the sheriff's system. And he has agreed, and I'm gonna have him here as our law enforcement chaplain. But I don't want it to cost him money. to be there to help us. And this is just it's first year. I think this is probably more than we'll ever use, but I want to make sure we have it for him.
Kind of a bare bones start.
Yeah, and hopefully it's gonna work well, and we're gonna come in way less than this when it's all said and done. Blend IPD is also using him, so we're gonna try to cost share some of this as we go, but he does belong to us. He will be sworn in as our chaplain, coming up here real soon. And he's also gonna take over our reserve deputy program. He's gonna be my reserve commander. And he's doing that on a volunteer basis. So, we're gonna get some benefit out of Tim. So that's what I'm asking for there. My numbers, go ahead.
I think that is why you have a car to go out and run traffic for emergencies, pretty important.
Yeah.
You put him on a bicycle, it might not work so good.
Yep.
And it's a chaplain, there's so many things going on. It's so different than 10 years ago.
It is.
And what we're seeing in today's economy, I think that's a good line to have.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good place to start.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. Now my bottom number and your bottom number are gonna differ a little bit because that's of the 7,500, I think.
Do we need to add 75 to our 375.80?
No, if you've got three, so you have my sheet,
Yeah,
Chris. I think the purple sheet may be a little different. So the 375,800 is the number that I had, but I don't have that
There's
7,500.
2 lines below it on this one.
You got your truck payment,
Yeah,
you gotta get.
It's
truck
in there.
payment in.
Oh, okay, so there's where that one is the truck payment and the interest. So I do have to add those in my world.
we need separate lines for those.
is your first
14,000.
payment in
16,
14 and then your 7,500
It'll be 6,620, but it's on the purple sheet already right here,
Yes,
Christine.
yes,
Right here.
Your total should be
397.
And that's the
be
purple.
4,250. I don't think you put your 7,500 for your computers in that 397,300.
370, 380, 389. Yeah, it's in there. 397, 300 is the number. Because 375,800 on my sheet, plus the 14,000 is for vehicle interest.
Well, 14,000 would take you to 84, yeah,
Yep, and then the 7,500 is the computers.
or 89, and then 7,500.
Yep.
But
So it's
14 is the principal and the interest, and the 75
Is
is the
computers.
computers.
yep,
Which
and
is.
I'm pulling that out of,
Right there.
and I've also got it in 4010 to move.
no,
numbers
your
around.
truck payment is 21,500.
It is 20, so that's just the interest. Oh, so the
You
computers are
have
not
to-
on this.
The 14 and the 7,500 is your payment together for the pickup.
All right, so that's
It's
principal and
broke down
interest.
to Principal and interest.
Okay,
And then you gotta add the 7,500. So the total should be 405,250.
75 for computers.
Total should be what?
405,250.
Okay,
And then that's with the interest and the payment on the pickup.
Payment for the pickup and then the 7,500 for the computers up here. It's just,
got it.
the numbers are matching. I think that's why it's confusing.
Yep.
Yeah, we got the same number for two
Yeah,
different
yeah,
things,
yeah.
yeah.
All right, so that puts us at 405, 250. It's 312. Okay, then now we can talk about real numbers on the city. So with the new House Bill 333 coming in, it basically states the city has to pay. There, and it's ugly and I don't like it, but
They're gonna be in the same shape we are with property tax.
I know. Yes, House Bill 333. It puts some
Black and
sideboards
white.
on it, right? So I've looked at it two ways. The city has always said they would pay a third. That was the original agreement, which they have never paid as long as I've been here. They've never paid a third. In order for them to pay a third of this current budget, it's gonna be $135,000 on them. That's gonna be $60,000 more than they've paid in a long time, but I think they've actually come up a little bit from the 75, but not much. If we ask for a quarter of it, it's still 101,000. But we need to be in that range. Unless they want to start their own police force, which God bless them if they do, but I've done the numbers on what it cost to start one cop. And it's considerably more money than that. And then you've got annual expenses past that, but just to start it costs a lot of money. We are expensive people, and I hate to say that, but we are.
Well, we're a small county with no feasible income.
Yep, and unfortunately, we have to be here somehow, and in my world, law enforcement's just expensive. Vehicles are expensive, equipment's expensive. Defense attorneys are making it more expensive for us because now we have to have more equipment to be able to prove that we're not lying about this or lying about that.
Insurance comes into it.
Everything is just, we're an expensive business.
Have you had any conversations about House Bill 333 with Phil?
Oh, yeah, Rolene and I we've had great conversations over it. She's studied the bill, I've studied the bill, and now it's time for us I told her I needed to get my budget done and present it in front of the commission. And then her and I will sit down and actually have that conversation on what do we do? I know there's been some other areas that have gone to just an hourly rate, but the hourly rate ends up costing more than the MOU would have cost if they just would have went with the MOU. Because in reality, 75% of our business is still right here in the town of Terry.
Well, you're looking at right at 75,000 increase in your budget.
Yes and no. It
Yeah.
depends, if we compare apples to apples, from last year's budget to this year's budget, apples to apples, we're going up about 50,000. The 25,000 more that you're talking about is the new truck payment, computers, computers is a one-time fee. The truck payment is unfortunate because of the way we've been trying to save money. It just doesn't
Didn't
work.
work.
We have to do it a different way if we want to get ahead of
We're
this
gonna
game.
have to put it as a standard line in the budget.
Yeah, it's almost gonna have to be one new vehicle every year so that we're rotating vehicles every 4 years, which there's an advantage to that too.
Better
Our
resale.
resale value will be up. Instead of getting $5 for a vehicle, we might actually get 15 or 20,000 for one that's not wore out, that's had 2 engines and a transmission put in it. And, you know, we're kicking the dog down the road right now, and we've been lucky. We've gotten by for the last 10 years. So that's something that we'll talk about too down the road on the next piece of this budget that, once again, I'm gonna need your guys' counsel and advice on how to move forward. Once again, it's safety issues, it's fiscally responsible. There's so much we talk about with all that, so.
You know, like you're speaking. I remember 10 years ago having this conversation, and back then they had an attorney over there that worked with Dan, and he was. I was at an oil and gas meeting up in Lewistown, and boy, he called me up and gave me the right act about how we can't do this, how we can't do that. And I'm just telling him, there's so many bucks out there, and the county just got so many, and so what you said is correct. They have never paid that full third. They've stayed, and I think that's gone on longer because the original deal was a third.
Yes, sir.
That was the original deal, and personally, I'd like to see us go to that third. Most of your calls are in town. Take that off the table, but the funding source, there's just so many dollars go around, and it's just not you. It's expensive. It's everything that's expensive. Everything costs money.
It does.
And what do? How do you treat people like you should?
Yeah.
Where those monies come from, and I know one thing when I became a commissioner here 9 years ago, whenever that was, there's almost $1 million in oil and gas.
Yeah.
About 300,000 now. It's just that you just keep dwindling resources and at a point, it doesn't work anymore. You gotta find those funds.
Yeah, and that's it. And Chris, I guess the other thing that I would mention is that, we're talking the difference of $50,000 if we take away the truck payment, but that's also four-man. crew.
Four-man crew,
If we compare three-man
3 to
crew to
4.
three-man crew, budget to budget,
you're pretty well on track.
I'm actually asking for less money this year. If we look at a three-man crew, I'm coming down $14,000 from last year as an ask. Just so we're putting it all on the table. If we look at a three-man instead of a four-man, I'm actually coming down 14,000. So we're talking the difference
See you
of
guys later.
now,
Thank you, Jeff.
we're talking 50 less 14, so you're $36,000 more money this year than last year in reality. So it's really in everything, it's 10% difference. But hi, Todd.
Good afternoon.
How are you, sir? Good after morning. All right, is there any more questions on 69 before we move on to the easier ones?
When are you going to the council soon to visit with them?
Well, I will now that this part is done and I've presented to you folks, then now I'll go talk to them. I'm gonna have a sit down with Rolane one-on-one first,
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna present in front of the whole council.
Because you know that in my thought process, when I look at this.
He said it
citizens
gets
that lives down the
way
road,
cheaper
or
with the
commissioners.
computers and whatnot
Yeah.
through Mako.
everything's
than it can
costs
be
more money.
with
It is
almost
a chaplain important, darn tootin', and that's sure very important.
Gonna make a lot of
Is a
difference.
society change? It's crazy. They just do the craziest things and for what? And in that craziness, it just makes.
Evidently, I didn't get here till 8.
Our road department's no different. Yeah.
I thought it was at
Right.
9.
Retain people and then keep your roads up. Those
I
things are
wasn't
true,
paying
the
attention.
blades and the tires and.
That's just it. Equipment costs have gone astronomical.
And this whole thing is just, sometimes it gets overwhelming. But if we take the little chunks and that's why I think that third's important.
Yeah.
Because realistically, those costs are there.
Yeah.
How do you spread that over your department and make it make sense?
Yeah.
That's why I think that's a pretty important number.
Yeah, and that's where I want to start that conversation, is at the third. I think that, and I want to hold pretty firm to that. Worst case scenario, if we had to go to a quarter, it's gonna help us, but it's still, it's shy.
This is.
Yeah, it's just
For.
what you're talking about
405.
with the other officers, if you need it.
Yeah.
Unless
You'd add a
town did their
couple
own, then
things.
you could live with a lot less, a lot different.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, we changed things quick.
Principal
And
and the interest payment on the
Vehicle replacement.
new vehicle.
They're going down the price.
Um,
I know when they said on the
Chaplain.
lot, they give you
Fire.
rebates, but, and
Yeah.
they took that away for 5 or 6 years. All those costs are there. And they're,
Wait, I'm not being mean, you guys, but
okay.
you gotta go.
All right, let's move on.
It's Garrett's time to be here, so finish.
All right, here we go. Page 70. This is an easy one. This is our STEP grant. This is grant money, but it is reimbursable, so we have to pay for it. They reimburse us every quarter. Oh, I'm sorry, page 70. Page 70.
I don't have a 70,
Oh, you'll
It's
have,
on the back of your 69.
got an 80. It's on the back of what?
look at 69.
69.
Nope, it's not on the back of his 69.
It's after 69 on mine.
That's because I gave you one in order.
Oh,
You know what? Let's make this easy for everybody.
What? I have this, that's, is it this year?
Here's page 70 for you.
Okay.
And now you'll be in order,
you'll be
my
good.
book, so we can just flip right through this and get
Play with
Garrett
the
in here.
rest of us kids.
There's page 70 for you, Todd. Okay, page 70, STEP grant. This is overtime for us, and it's to enhance patrol and safety traffic stuff.
This is brand new.
Yeah, we got this grant last fiscal year. We have it again this year. It's 12,000 for salaries, 3,000 in employer contributions for a total of 15,000, which is what our grant is. And it's reimbursable funds. So we pay for it up front. John submits a reimbursement request every quarter to ask for the money that we've actually spent.
receipts and
Yep,
all that.
and then it comes
stuff.
right back in.
And then where does that money go, that grant, when it comes back in? Does it go back into the sheriff's?
Yeah, it replenishes because you're gonna
So it's
budget.
applied against?
Yeah.
It's against that
It's a
salary?
transfer in, transfer out type thing,
Yeah.
or
Yeah. So it's not any extra cost for
Yep.
county, cause I
Just the
count for that,
bookkeeping.
yeah.
Yep.
Yep, it's a bookkeeping thing.
so we only used 1250 last year?
Yeah, but we just started it right at the end of last fiscal,
Oh,
and we didn't do a
okay.
lot of step stuff.
So this is.
All right,
But that step grant, that's also what bought that fancy little pedal car that's in the courtroom and all of our goggles and all the stuff that we're gonna use for
DUI
safety
stuff.
training for the kids at the school.
okay.
Yep, so that was grant
That's
money.
what the 1250 was probably, yeah.
Yep. 71, I've never understood this transfer out. It looked like we didn't ask for anything, so we're not asking for anything again. I don't know what it is.
Well, last year we didn't do the 5,000. Normally you transfer it out, cause that's what you're pushing into 4010.
Okay, well, we're gonna do that different this year, I hope. But we'll see. We'll talk about that
So
coming up.
we're zeroed.
Yeah, 72 is just a continuation of everything, and I hate this sheet. It looks like it's just adding a bunch of stuff together, but we're doing it individually. Page 79. This is our drug forfeiture supply account. We zeroed this one out, or I shouldn't say we zeroed it out. We spent all the money this year, so there is no money to ask for.
We do have 95 still in it. Do we need to move that to you?
$95.95.
Probably an interest payment.
Yep, it's probably an interest payment. Yep, then let's move that back in there. So we'll ask for $95.95.
Okay.
That's the change on that one. I don't know what we're gonna do with that, but we'll save it up, make more money.
You find a place.
Next, page 80 is also the drug forfeiture, so that's $95.95. That's our total budget. Page 110, crime victim fund. I just wrote down the 1030 because I hate odd numbers. It's probably actually a little bit more than the 1032.78 by now. Because I think that is an interest bearing account. But
It's got 1,032.78.
okay, so it is the
But it's-
1032.78. That's that one. 111 is just a repeat of that last page. So go to 112. That is our federal share drug fund. And I know there's interest in that account. It is a bearing account, so we're gonna just call it 745 for easy numbers. I like easy numbers. So 112 and 113, same page, just different way of looking at that $745.
One's a total and one's a itemized.
It's important for me.
I know,
It's
ma'am.
not important for you.
All right, page 129. This is the last one that we do have to talk about, that is important. This is that asset line that we've talked about. And we've always tried to put $5,000 in there a year for a vehicle, and it at $5,000 a year, it's gonna take us about 12 to 13 years to buy another vehicle,
Not including inflation.
not including inflation. It doesn't cut it. We've tried
5,000
it.
keeps in, that's inflation.
Yeah, so what I would like to try to do is figure out how we go about doing this differently. And I think honestly, it's gonna take $50,000 a year in order to replace a vehicle every 4 years. So we'd get 4 good years of use and then replace that one. And that just puts us in the cycle to replace one every year down the road. And that might actually have to include inflation every year. We might have to go to 50 and then 52 and 55 and 57 down the road. I don't know what that looks like, but once again, this is another one that I would really like some counsel on, some advice. I think if we put all of our heads together, we'll come up with the right answer on how to make sure we're getting decent vehicles that are safe and that we're not constantly repairing. Now,
Need to go with a mill levy.
I think unfortunately that might be our next step, is talk about a public safety mill levy. I don't know where else to go, and I hate taxes. I hate more taxes. I don't know what else to do. Now, with
You're
that being,
contributing to the national debt if you don't pay your local taxes. Because we always get the service anyway from the feds.
yeah,
You look for non-tax revenue.
well, and so that's the funny part. Down at the bottom, you'll see a little note that says CDS grant, $140,000. So if you remember when Tim Sheehy's assistant was
Yep,
in here,
Yeah.
yep,
I don't know if you recall, but she chased me down the hall.
Yes, she did. Well, she wanted to know where your office is and we went like that.
So she told me about this CDS grant. And I applied for that CDS grant and I asked for new vehicles. So this is for 2 new vehicles right here. We've made it through the first step.
reading.
We're actually in finance committee. So that's good news. We've made it to finance committee.
So you made it to finance where they're gonna come up with a number with money.
Yep. They'll either
Reject you.
reject it or approve it. And I don't know, and when I asked her about it, prior to this budget meeting, because I wanted to be able to tell you guys where we're at, she said it's always very late summer, early fall before they have any answers on the final approval through finance.
Yeah, they're all going on vacation then.
Yeah, so
Is that Gail thing, Brooke? Is that-
Brooke. Brooke Mitrione,
Yeah, funny last name.
yep. Phenomenal,
So,
phenomenal to deal with.
so yeah, that was her idea, cause I think she did chase you down the
She
hall.
did.
that day.
Yes, she did. Well,
And she told me about this and,
she left our meeting and then came back and stuck her head in, where's the sheriff's office?
yep,
Now, on this 140, is this the money that can be used for that? Is that what you're talking about?
yeah, this money here would be to buy 2 brand new vehicles, fully outfitted, upfitted by Dana Safety Supply in Livingston. When they got delivered to our doorstep, they would be ready to roll today. That's what that money's for. So we just buy 2 brand new vehicles to be done.
Candied up.
So now we'd be 3 vehicles, brand new, on the road, hopefully by the end of this year. That's the goal. That puts us
Ahead.
our
2
step
years.
ahead to where this $50,000 now comes into play, where it buys our 4th vehicle, and now we're on our full rotation.
Are those Dodges you're talking about?
Yeah, we're buying Dodges right now.
Are you happy with the Dodge that
Are
you
you,
put online?
Yes,
is it outfitted and
it's about 50% done. And if I could find some breathing room, I'd finish it. That's part of my dilemma right now is I've been so freaking busy with calls and everything else that I haven't found the time to work on it. I'm about ready to send it to Livingston and have them just finish it up for me, but we don't have the money. So I have to finish it myself.
Is that at the place or where you hide that at?
It's
right
right
out
here
the
at the
back
hardware
door
store.
and take a left?
I've been working on it in the shop at the hardware store when I have a few minutes here and there, and we're getting close, but we're not quite there.
Oh, it doesn't have many miles on it.
No, it's got no miles on it, which is good. And the downside is the used Dodge that we bought, it's been getting a lot of miles on it, so it's starting to get wore out already, and it's a constant dilemma. We're gonna figure that out, but hopefully this CDS grant will help us. And I will share one quick funny story about this. She called me and said, "Hey, I want to go over your grant with you." I said, "Okay." Originally I asked for 175,000 for this and some shooting range supplies and different things. And she said, "Well, I can't, first off, we can't do that, but we can do the vehicles, but are you sure this 140 is enough?" And I felt bad because I usually don't write grants this big. And I said, "Yeah, it's more than enough." She kind of chuckled in the back of her throat and she said, "Okay, Sheriff, well, we'll get it submitted." And then they all showed up online. And now I know why she was laughing at me, because there's grant requests in there for 40 million, 30 million, 25 million, 18 million.
You want 140,000 chicken feed.
I should have asked for 25 million for a whole new building and everything, because that's what a lot of these people are asking for through CDS grants.
We could have built a new building over there in the corner and gotten rid of the rent on the ambulance and the fire.
Wait for next year. I'm rewriting another grant. I'm gonna ask for it. I'm just gonna put that out there to you guys right now. If you're gonna be okay with me writing a grant to get us a new building that houses fire, ambulance, sheriff's office, all of it in one building, and you guys get your whole courthouse back, we're doing it. Cause it's a 100% grant. There's no share money.
We
There's
got a
no,
lot.
we got the room. So.
Yeah, we got room. We got a lot of room.
So
Go for it.
there it is. There is my proposal to you people today.
We'll plug the numbers in.
Plug the
Let you
numbers
know
in.
whether it works or not.
I know they're ugly, but we're at a point, I don't know what else we can do shy of, like I said, maybe a mill. I don't know. And I don't know what the mills look like. We'll have to, what are current mills?
Value.
Yeah,
about
51,
5,000.
51,
but, okay,
53.
that's what I
or
thought they
something
were,
like
so. Okay, any other questions for me before I get out of your hair?
I
I
haven't long,
apologize for my tardiness.
Yeah,
I've owned Dodges in years when I own them now. I'm very happy with them.
No, I'm, Dennis, I'm the same. I've been a Ford guy. I used to run Chevys until they beat me off, and then Fords have been the life, but I tell you, these new Dodges. The difference between our old Dodge that we're running and our new one, day and night difference in quality of vehicle. And then you throw in the SSV version, which is their special services vehicle, which is what we're buying. Phenomenal.
The only
Good deal.
reason we ended up with a Ford from a Chevy is it had hat room.
Oh, yeah,
My, my 3 cowboy hats fit.
yeah.
That brown Dodge I got for, I mean, it's a.
Hey, it's time.
I'll get us back on track, don't worry.
You gonna be.
Some of
so-
us don't have a mile long list of stuff.
No, thank you guys. I appreciate it so much.
Sorry, keep right on.
But we'll talk about that later.
We'll worry about it.
Sherry, thank you.
Thanks, Keeper.
See you guys, thank you.
Do I get rid of this and put this in place of it, or? what?
You do what you want, but those are the actual budget sheets, so you guys do what you want.
I'm gonna stack them together and put them over here and see if they do tricks or something.
What page are you in?
We got
17.
new expenditures.
17?
Yep, those are your new expenditures.
I thought you gave us.
But there were more claims done since. those
Right,
are in your
but-
book.
I didn't know it. I didn't see it coming.
What page are you doing?
17. Should be a bright
He's
pink.
pretty and pretty pink.
Well, that's what I was looking for, but the green outshines it.
Get you checked. As soon as I catch you, it'll break your.
Okay.
Oh, it says Garrett.
Yep, no, that works. I can write up an invoice too, once I get the numbers and make sure a copy of it.
Go ahead,
Okay, well, I have no idea how this works. This is my first budget hearing with you guys.
you just present.
Start
Okay.
start at the top. and work
This is
your way
the
down.
wish list.
Okay, well, everything outside of supplies is status quo. We just have the annual increase for salaries, contributions, all that kind of stuff. The supplies,
Does that salary reflect that?
The 105,
What is it?
105.
yeah, the 3.5%.
3.5.
And I kind of fine tuned it a little bit because the 25 budget was higher than normal because of the transition period and Cheryl being paid more. So the 105 should be ballpark of kind of the standard increases.
I think it's pretty much right on the 3.5.
Yep. So the one line that does show the big increase, would be the supplies line, mainly because I didn't know what other line to put it in, but this would be for the ITAX proposal that I came in and talked to you guys about. I would really like to go forward with
Is
that.
that a one-time?
So we have the one-time fee of, the 9,600. Or 9,500. If I can find the right page here.
9,500.
Yep, 9,500 is,
Can't go on your supply line. You need to do a capital,
okay,
improvement line.
so then we could take off,
That's not a contracted service?
it's a contracted service, but we have the one-time fee of 9,500 and then a yearly fee of 2,500.
So the 9,500's over 5,000.
The 9,500 is over 9,000, so it has to go into,
Capital improvement.
capital improvement.
CIP.
At 2,500, that's a yearly.
Yes, that would be a recurring fee.
And then that would be under, the 2,500 would be under contract services.
So you'd have 2 new lines. The CIP be 9,500?
What's the continuing 25?
2,565 is the recurring.
And that would be contract services. 2565.
Okay, so then that would drop the supplies line down to 6,000, which would be a 5% increase. Primarily for postage, paper, envelopes, increases with those.
And so what was a 300 line?
Nothing. It hasn't been,
Yeah, there wasn't anything.
So how much
Put in
we
there.
put in the capital improvement?
9,500.
And then 2565 into capital.
For contracted services. It doesn't really change your line, it just,
no, it's just where
Well,
they're,
the 2565,
That wasn't in there, and I guess that one, I'm not sure
that's after the first.
if that's billed that first year, like when we first get it started, or if that's just the 9,500. And then the 2565 would kick in for next
second
year.
year.
That'd be a good clarification.
Yeah, I'll have to ask them about that to make sure.
I'm assuming the 95 would be the first year and the 2565.
I would hate to assume when we're talking about
Yeah.
$2,500,
I
but
would, I would assume that.
I would hope that would be the case. You have your startup cost of 95, and then each year after would be
Yeah.
the 25. But I will email them and
Clarify,
get a clarification on that. Yeah.
that's good.
So we're adding a couple lines here.
Yeah.
What's object is the number of the CIP, do you know offhand,
for what?
for CIP? Or
What's CIP?
improvement,
Oh, capital improvement, it's gonna
Yeah.
be a 900 object code.
900? What's contracted services?
I don't know. I can grab my budget book, but
350.
and we'll research it to make sure it goes in the right. line item.
Right aisle, would it be advantageous to look into Carly King's stuff for telephone for treasurer's office too?
Telephone.
Yeah, Kiefer's contract with Mid Rivers is up and he wants to go with.
We need to find out if they even had telephones, and if we
Yeah.
change telephones on our side, we all have to change together.
Yeah,
You
that
can't
would be
just leave
every,
the treasurer.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
didn't
sheriff's
know.
office is the only one
They're
separate,
separate.
so,
Yeah, the whole courthouse would have to make a change if they had that available.
yeah.
Instead of getting rid of Mid Rivers, I think what he said originally was just getting rid of the landlines and using cell phones. That's probably what's gonna.
Yeah.
happen.
He was gonna
You'll still
keep-
Need your landlines here.
He was
Yeah.
gonna keep one landline,
Yes. Christie's.
yeah.
I will
That
try
makes
to I will try to get a hold of her, but I have tried numerous times
I
and
know we had a couple of.
Carly?
Yeah,
yeah, she either doesn't
I
get back,
complained to Mako about it,
she doesn't get
and
back.
she come to me and says, let me see the telephone number you're using, and I had the wrong cell number. So I was giving, messages, kind of nasty messages at the time. Wish you'd answer your phone. If you want
our business.
if you want our business, you'd answer your phone.
So we need.
So I
to-
went to Eric and complained about it.
But I haven't had good luck on the emails, getting back to set something up either. Both me and Araya have reached out. So I don't know, we'll try again. I'll tell Araya that we'll send another message, because we've tried. The one time we had it all set up, but the weather was bad.
Yeah. she
And then since
canceled
then, we
it.
have not been able to connect.
And that's been almost a year.
Was she supposed to be here today?
No,
When's she supposed to be here?
I have no idea because we've never made the connection again.
Keeper's
She
talking.
texted me.
That would be great if she comes today. Or whenever.
Yeah.
Okay. Brandon, Dan will be in the area next week. Are the commissioners going to be in the office on Tuesday by chance? I says Wednesday. She says, let me see if I can adjust my schedule to do Wednesday. I'm supposed to be headed to Garfield early Wednesday. Is Prairie County interested in hearing the MCT opportunities? I said, call RCNR 635-5575. I could possibly get one commissioner there on Tuesday.
The 15th.
Tuesday.
Oh, last week,
Yesterday.
yesterday. Okay.
But I didn't hear from her.
So she said, okay, I will call the clerk and recorder tomorrow. I think Wednesday may be our best bet though, so I may move some things around. I'm attending a 911 advisory meeting on Tuesday, as well as your Tri-County PSAP services too.
That
I
was
said,
yesterday.
okay, let me know if I can help. That was it.
You didn't even come yesterday. And I was here all day yesterday.
Well, I give her the direction on who to call.
And the phone number.
Oh, I'm gonna jump Eric's ass again. I'm not gonna jump Carly's ass. I'm gonna jump Eric Bryson's ass.
Hit the boss. What's that now?
That's it.
That's it?
Mine's pretty straightforward outside of the ITAX. So
What's that do? That's the one that
that's
people
the-
can look it up, isn't it?
both look and pay online, which just helps bring the county into this century as far as tax payments go.
Kicking and screaming.
That does have value to it.
It does. Yeah, it has a lot of value, not only for our constituents to pay their taxes, but also for mortgage companies, real estate, all that kind of stuff.
Look at
Has the
the
ability to go
information.
on there and look instead of having to call in anytime they need that tax information. It's all at their fingertips that way. So
Other than the money, how's things going?
still sitting at zero for a balance, so.
Oh, cool.
You figured it out.
I think so. Yeah, I think we're,
Are they still trying to get you to decide, to enumerate what the 166 was for?
we have a conference call tomorrow with local government services. By the sounds of the email and the correspondence I've got, it's basically a yearly thing because we have been out of balance for
So long.
X amount of years. But in one of them, they did ask, well, what's that $166? And my best answer is, we don't know. That's just the unreconciled money left over after months of pouring through all of our statements. That's the number I came to, and that's the number that I've been able to carry forward every day. So. It's really
That's
kind of
been
the best.
4 months.
Yeah, 4.5 months, and then after our meeting in June was when I made the deal and zeroed out, so now we've got almost a full month at zero.
Good
So,
deal.
which is what we were hoping for. I didn't
Yeah.
think I'd get there that soon, but I'm glad I did. So,
Well, the hours you put into it, I think,
yeah,
come to fruition.
Yep.
Good
Yep.
deal.
so,
Well, I guess we'll plug the numbers in and see where you land.
yeah, and I will reach out to see about that reoccurring fee. and then let you guys know.
which year it would fall.
Yeah, that'd be.
Yeah, so I will find out about that.
Thank you, Gary.
Yep, thank you.
I gotta take a walk. I'll be back just a minute.
Hi, Todd. Oh. Have you always sprayed the?
No, this is the first time.
Here?
Yeah, David hired me to do it. So
Oh, we did.
it's
Nice,
now
I
it's
was
your
just
first
the other
time
last yesterday.
for Monday, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was, I know there was a lot more people I invited, but didn't show up, but you guys represented the kick pretty good.
What did you have?
Well, Wade retired.
Oh,
Wade
forgot about
figured you'd be there and,
I forgot
Yeah,
all
you were
about
at
it.
it. He even asked about you.
yeah, oh, where's Dan at? I figured he'd be here.
I did put my calendar. Oh, I feel horrible.
It's all right.
No, it's not. I should have done better. I should have. And that's why I put it in my calendar, because it tells me.
Yeah. I got, the Michelle building cake. I did. No, she didn't.
Well, I got to drive to Billings today. I'm flying in Philadelphia tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock.
Holy cow. Philadelphia.
Yes. Edward says it's his most favorite town he's ever been to in his life. He said it's really unreal.
That's him, isn't it?
Yeah,
That is.
What's that?
that was cake. That steer up wrestling.
What'd he say? Dog fall?
Yeah, something, because it,
So that's
I
a
told
dog
her-
fall. That ain't to make
Michelle-
win no money on
yeah,
that.
Michelle
Did you make that? Going away party here?
Yeah.
We will. Good. Well, I don't feel terrible. I just,
Franco come in and Rob Rukoff was there and Lauren Larson.
Wow.
Art come in.
Barely was in for just a short period of time there. Oh, you weren't doing. Running into Kevin Gower, he forgot about it. It's okay.
What pages?
26. People important. Did you get, did your new hire on board?
Starts 14th.
Good.
So we're up to 4.
We're up to 4.
That's max, you know.
He starts the 14th. Is he gonna come in and get paperwork?
I know we usually do the first day.
Okay.
He's on in Kalispell right now, so.
Where's he originally from?
I don't know, he was born up in Big Timber or Reed Point or some damn thing, I think.
Okay.
Misty Coon and Junior Fisher's kid.
That who it is?
Yeah,
Uh-uh,
it's Lance's.
he is not. That's
Or-
his uncle.
Lance in Little
no,
Finger.
no. Right. Lance and Alicia. I'm thinking of
Yeah,
Georgiana.
yeah, Lance and Alicia.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Georgiana, the bartender down at the Legion. She's Junior and Misty.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, I asked her, joking around with you, asked her the other day, so does that mean you guys are double cousins? Or quadruple cousins? She didn't think it was very funny, but no, we're just first cousins.
This is my brother Daryl, my other brother
You know,
Daryl.
it's kind of, it's basically brother and sister, except, you know, and child, so you just, I don't know, you joke around with her, just trying to make conversation. Let me help you.
It's kind of like theirs is,
There it is.
we were in the gift shop in the Capitol back in Washington DC, and this gorgeous 5'11" blonde hair. Just the prettiest gal I ever saw. And she's sitting there. I start talking to these guys that are from Border Patrol, and they were waiting for a tour to start. And she was the gal guy. She was the guide. And they start talking about hockey. I says, my son played hockey too, and found out this guy had a son that played goaltender, and so did Everett. And we started talking. She was tall and slender, and I looked at her, and she says, I would like to play hockey. I always wanted to play hockey when I was younger. And I says, yeah, you're built like a hockey player. And these two guys from Border Patrol said, what? You know, but as a goalie, her build was exactly what today's goalie is, tall and lanky.
And
Any surprises?
what do you mean by, well, when I did the budget, I figured in 5 guys. Not 4. But I do have the numbers for 4 guys.
Well,
This road salaries.
is the numbers we're looking at on here?
That's for 5.
This is for 5 guys.
That salary deal. We can, I'd sure like to go back to 5. That's the, I know we can't. Probably
We're
can't.
gonna, well, the $5 raise, was because it was compensated by one less employee.
But if we can find an extra 50,000, I would like, instead of divvying it up into the other line items, to put it in the salary and get a 50. And we've been doing nothing but going backwards for 30 years, and this is just gonna make it go faster.
Well, last year you budgeted for 5 guys, 447,000. This year for 5 guys, you're 440,000.
Yeah.
Last year was for 4.
Yeah, last year.
Oh, last year was for 4
Yeah,
guys, okay.
The last report.
Yeah.
So how do you
How'd I go down?
go down with the 5th guy?
Because I didn't realize that when you only got 4 guys, you don't burn near as much fuel.
But you said this is for 5 guys.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
all I'm saying, when you budgeted for, you said it's.
well, I don't have a.
There's no
There's no
payments in
equipment
there.
payment in this.
There's no payment.
And it was in this one.
Yeah, that 38,000 for that mower
Okay,
was in there.
all right.
There's 238,000 entries in the paperwork and they get kind of confusing.
But then I don't have the mower payment in there, but I'll probably end up, you guys would put that road grader payment in. I don't know what that is.
What is there, 2 payments left on the grader?
Well, I think we only got just the one payment on that.
$85,000 in payment. We have one payment for 23,505. We have one payment for 29,212. And then we have one payment for 32,211 at $34.
That's
What was
the
the
lower
first one you said?
23,505, that would be paid in full
That's a
in
grader.
December. The next one would be 29,212. That would be, December 5th is the payment due on that one. And then the new loader, which is due in June of 26, is 32,211.34. Total of 84,928.34 in payment.
That's what we're meeting this year.
Yeah.
And then next year we fall them on that 32.
No,
Next year we
next
just
year
drop
we're gonna
one.
have some, we're gonna drop one and add one. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I got it. Get the money back.
You're never gonna get rid of it.
You're gonna drop one the end of this year. Or drop
The
that,
end of
That's,
20
that first one.
December 26, yeah,
no, December 25.
or
And that
25.
one's on what, the Packard?
No, that's on the last,
No, that's on
the grader.
Must be that 2011 grader.
I don't have my book here. I tell you which one it was.
The first, that first John Deere.
26, okay.
Yeah.
Get it?
Yeah, I think we got that in 19.
Wade had nothing but good to say about that John Deere.
Yeah, he likes the John Deere. Yeah,
But if you
What'd you
look,
say,
the
80?
38,000 was included in that 447, one of the payments.
Right.
Actually, two of the payments were included in it. Because if you go on to the next page, 27, there was 238,000. So if you total budget last year was 444,360.
yeah, that other payment was for that mowing tractor, I believe.
That's 9,500.
Yeah.
I think there's, what, one payment left on that?
I don't know.
You have budgeted, and you have the people for your mowing for this year.
It's something we need to discuss, probably maybe in that other next meeting, but, yeah, I got that all that budgeted in overtime to get the mowing done with 2 extra guys. Wade probably being one of them.
Wade's gonna come back, you think?
Well, he's talking like, well, it's after the rodeo's over with, so we'll probably have to get started without him.
Oh,
You have to
man,
open- did
he
you
said you
open
were the
that up?
best boss he ever had.
Yeah, so, like I said, I might have him back there.
Did you advertise for that position?
No, I have not. I'm gonna try to get with Dan and make sure we get everything right. So that, cause I wanna put him in the handbook, there's a work pool. I believe in that, I gotta talk to Dan, but, I believe in that, we can have these people, a list of people,
Kind of
Yeah,
pre-authorized.
pre-authorized, where you can just bring them in,
down, go.
you know, for like this mowing, or maybe in the winter time, if I have a guy go down or something,
Need snow
you know,
plowing.
and you're snow plowing, you know, yeah, just to have a guy out there with a pickup, you know, just in case something happens on bad storms and stuff. If I could have one of them guys, or, you know, just somebody that I could call in, like Bob was doing. But I'm not sure where we had Bob setting in. One of them, you know, when he was seasonal.
I think he was
you know, whatever, but there's a work pool in that handbook. And I think that's where that falls in. I gotta talk to Dan about it. Or we can just have them guys I got Wade willing to probably do this. I got, this Perry Askins in town now. He's an old retired guy. He might be interested. He's got a stiff neck. I don't know if he can turn it off to the right to watch it or not. And then, Gary Oxmiller approached me about maybe doing some spring blading with moisture.
Oh, that would be good.
So I might, you know, if I advertise it, maybe I'll get a few
Couple
more,
more.
you know, where you can just, if they.
I like the idea of a pool.
Yeah, then you don't have to go through all this. Well, you can't hire that guy, just hire him, you know,
Okay.
well,
If
I
you,
understand I can't, but when I'm the type of guy, when I need to get something done, I get it done no matter what it takes. I just do it.
go looking forward
I
to do
just
it.
do it, you know, and I ain't been following the rules.
Well, if you got 3 or 4 guys on your pool.
Yeah, that's, if they want them to
Solve
come in,
the problem.
yeah,
Start at the
So-
top and
Yeah.
start making phone calls.
yeah, so. And Gary with his neck, he didn't figure he could do that yet. He's been fighting that neck from the state getting along and get back in.
We got right into it, no problem.
So, but he thought he could probably maybe blade. He enjoyed blading when he was here first time.
Well, you
Gary
wouldn't have the
Ostermiller.
traffic to contend with.
Austin,
And I don't have to-
Austin Miller was one of your best blade guys.
He was, yeah.
He was slow.
The public liked what he did, just like we. The
He
public
did
liked
that,
what
he
he did.
did that bad route.
Like the finished product.
Yeah, they liked the finished product. And
You're right.
Pat Pro says, I believe she come to me and said, anything you can do to keep that guy.
well, I called Mark and tell him about the retirement party, and he said, well, I'll try. And
They loved it.
I thought he'd come in too, but anyway, we can discuss this at the next meeting. I still want to get with Dan, and
So you'll have information.
I'm gonna try. I don't know when Dan's here, and of course, I'm busy and
He won't be back until next week.
next week, okay. Oh, yeah, he's going.
Grinding time, we shoot some of our yearlings out of our cows. Had 23 riders, 125 yearlings. And they half of them ended up in fast.
I was gonna say, how many got by him?
That shouldn't have happened as long as
You had them surrounded, and they found the hole anyway.
I just told all of you when it started, this is gonna be a rodeo, this ain't gonna work.
But anyway, I figured that, take that extra overtime is for that pool to get my mowing done at least. And if there's any left over in there, for just regular overtime, and then maybe like I said, in the spring, I might be able to run another road grader. Gary wants to come in and play with some moisture. He said he likes doing with moisture rather than dry.
We like it
He's
too.
on board, he's on board with that, so. And he's one of them type of guys that, you know, I don't know if he's really retired or what the deal is, but he can probably work Fridays and Saturdays. You know, when we do that good moisture, nobody else wants to, so. But anyway, we can discuss that at the next meeting. Or back, as long as we budget for it, I guess.
So this number you're showing, this is with 5 guys.
That's with 5 guys. If you take away that 5th guy, it'd be, I got 94,000.
94,000 a guy.
No, 94,000 for 4.
So 94,000 a year.
But I think the first thing you gotta do is go through that bridge, right? Figure out what kind of money you're getting there, so then we know what we got
So
for salaries.
I don't know if you guys want me to share with you, but we're in a world of hurt, so if you can pull some out of that bridge, I think you're gonna have to. And the road is sitting at $306,000 in available cash right now. So to me, that doesn't really look good when we have all of these things sitting out there. That's a lot of money available, cash available on the road right now. So I think you need to sink more into the road and make sure those payments are coming out of the road and decrease your bridge. And I did do those numbers to fit it.
Decrease bridge so we have money
Wax
to
mills,
spend
because we
someplace
need those mills to cover what's going on up in our other funds.
in treasure.
Yep, treasurer mine, because we have a trial coming. Dan, we've got all of that going on in the general budget.
Yeah, and they moved the date on it again.
Yep, but it's still in this next fiscal year. So our levies up here are gonna hurt pretty bad, so you're gonna have to pull. So if you look at this sheet, sorry, Todd, I don't mean to go over, but if you look at
Where's
this sheet
bridge?
that I gave you guys in that pile, I broke it down, decreasing, at least taking 7 mils off of bridge.
Bridge. So
It's
35.
still not where we need to be, but it gave us a little
What
bit more of
papers
a.
are they?
What's the
It should look like-
cash in general is in tough shape?
In this sheet you're
No,
talking
it's
about?
not, yeah.
Right.
This sheet right here, if you look at the breakdown and you look over here in the yellow, this is what I was looking at. If you put 145,975.40. If you put that into road and you put 65,000 and 16,250 into bridge, that'll drop 7 mils off of bridge.
That in our book?
It was in that pile of papers that I have there.
That was this one.
Mhm.
It was in your pile.
I don't know what my pile
This
is.
is what it looks like.
I had it in this pile right here with all the pit budget papers.
Oh, I gathered everything up and stuck in one file, didn't I? Yeah, that was it.
I love both of them.
Thank you.
United Property.
And I mean, if we could figure out to pull a little more, that would be great too. But I redid I hate doing someone's budget, but, because of that 306,000. His like what he needed for milling compared to last year was really low because there's a lot of cash available. Why there's so much cash available, I'm not sure.
One number.
But you do know that you moved about $100,000 in there between two funds. Because you moved the money for the cattle guard over and we moved money for a payment. So you put $100,000 from, I think, oil and gas or mineral royalties, one of those. And one might have came from LATCF fund. And remember, we replenished the funds that were spent and we got reimbursed on the bridge stuff. So I don't know why, but that was up there. But I redid it and we put these numbers in. And then I also did the $85,000 for all your payments. And I got your road to be right. We have to find a little bit more. It's a little bit over the cap, but I think there's some play in there. By doing that, I did those numbers, like I said. When I got the numbers in, I panicked. We were 30 mils. Almost $300,000 over between all of our main funds at the top.
So yeah, they can scan them.
So,
1,000.
yeah, we're talking close to $300,000 that we're gonna have to cut out of it.
Well, it's just something we'll have to look at and it's juggling money and we probably
If they've got it.
should have looked at that different as we were accounting for equipment. Because in my world, I'd rather leave the bridge in the road and take that other money that got shuffled in. It just keeps it cleaner because we keep convoluting.
No, I think the bridge should stay with the road, but the bridge is only their salaries.
Yeah.
And if we can
Isn't there
decrease,
one commissioner salary?
The only thing.
no.
Change
Commissioners are
that.
all out of the general, we changed that years ago.
Okay.
It's only road salaries that come out of there, and all I was saying is that
Okay.
if we decrease that, because there was room in road. To push it back into the road itself, I'm not saying take it away from the bridge, I'm saying to decrease it, because the bridge is considered in it's these bills that I'm talking here.
Yeah.
But it's these mills that I'm talking here, like the general doubled. Your public safety doubled. And what they're asking for mills up here, so we're having to try and do something, and I could bring down the bridge. I'm not taking it all away. There's still 10 mills I got it, almost exactly 10 mills you're gonna do on bridge up here, but it gives us 7 mills to maneuver through the other.
That's 17 right now.
Yeah, it was at 17, and so I could get it to drop with doing the salaries like this sheet.
Oh, okay.
I could drop it to 7 mils. It drops it to 7 mils to do that.
You're gonna make me change both of them or how we're gonna do?
I'm just sharing that with you.
Okay.
Cause I was looking at where we could, and the thing that made the huge difference when you get it in the budget book was that the road had 300, which is about $100,000 more than it normally has. Sitting there in cash available. And it's not because they didn't spend their budget, because they're at 124%.
Yeah.
Cause we have to do a budget resolution on it.
Good, thank you.
It just comes from
Okay. Can I-
pushing through on the other side.
Yeah. I don't know.
Well, there's your payments.
That's why I said, when I worked it and I put it in, I was able to, and I went with this. For your salaries, I did the 210.
Yeah.
I showed you that worksheet,
Mhm.
but that is only on 4,
Right.
totally. And I dropped down the overtime salaries, cause even if you have the people doing mowing, it's not at time and a half. It would be at regular hours, but I only did 30s, 46.5, I think is what or 30. I did increase it, but not the 42.5. I was just, you guys tell me to work those numbers, and this one was the one I really had to work.
Yeah, you have to work that in bridges where you adjust so that you can get under your caps.
Yes,
If you're long on cash and road, then you can cut back in bridge.
The money's there, it's just gonna be in a different place.
yeah. Well, I don't think that anybody has I mean, like your bridge and your taxpayers will like that the bridge decreases, because your town people,
Don't like paying taxes on on the bridges. That
Yeah.
is,
so,
Well, they don't, but they use our roads too. You know,
yeah, but they don't view bridges.
And you
as
look at
being
it-
something.
I looked at mine here a while back and the bridge was $5 or something like that.
Next to nothing.
Yeah. So that's the way I look at it.
They don't look at the same line you're looking at.
You know, but, I mean, to some people, $5 is $5. To me, $5. So be it. It's a beer and a half.
I was gonna say no beer that night.
Yeah, a beer and a half.
so I was just sharing that with you guys.
I love to get bridges as high as I could to just bug Lisa Kimmel.
I
But
think
I mean, I
she
look at it, some
appreciates
people
you.
go out there and hunt and everything, use our road. So,
Am I bugging you too?
Yeah,
but anyway. So it's,
Well, that 100,000 will make all three payments.
that's what I said. You can put the
well,
85,000
it
in
will
there.
if you leave the bridge where it's at. Right?
No,
No,
No, we have to move the 10.
I
seven.
worked it to where it will
7.
all fit, and it would make your total. It would make your total budget 529,360. Like I said, it's just there. I gotta do some more cutting or some more figuring.
Juggle just a little
Just
bit on
juggle a
here.
little bit more, whether that means, like you have to do a transfer into him for like, from one of the other funds. It's right there to drop the mill level, because you've done that before, like to help cover one of the payments.
Mhm.
You move it from this fund to that fund, but I don't think it's gotta be a lot. I think I'm just about maybe 10,000 shy. And it's gonna hit below the threshold, looking at last year's threshold for road. That
Right.
could change when we get the numbers. But I think I got road to drop down. I got it at like,
Last year was so skewed because you had 3 men and four guy.
I don't remember what I had.
I forget.
Honest with you. I don't remember.
oh yeah, they had a tremendous surplus because you
Yeah.
weren't.
Yeah, cause I didn't
There was
have
at one time, I think you were two.
two people, yeah.
I got road to drop down with what I did to 50.93, which is like just a little above last year. Its max was 50.19.
Well, you got less than a point to
Yeah.
juggle in.
With
And
your,
you're not including the inflationary factor yet, are you?
for,
Well, we should be getting what's our inflationary factor?
3.1.
isn't it 3.1? I think it's 3.1.
We get full CPI,
No, 4,
up to 4,
up to 4.
up to 4.
I thought you said we were gonna get 4.
No.
And I have it.
Yeah, if the inflationary factor's at 5, you get 4.
And I mean, the other thing that would change is I haven't seen what the gas tax. That hasn't come out yet, I don't think, or did it?
Gas
Cause
tax
that
would be
could change
pretty-
the numbers too.
Not much.
Should be pretty close to the same as last year, I guess.
It don't
change
vary
very
much.
But I mean, that's where I could
$100
get
maybe.
some,
Jiggle.
yeah, but even that $100, even $1,000 makes a difference in the budget world.
It might go
It
down.
drops it. It drops it a little bit, or it increases it a little bit.
It might go down
Yeah.
Gas tax,
because it's a constant $16 million. Statewide, it's been that way since 1976. they won't adjust that.
So inflation eats it,
Yeah,
Yeah.
just like it does us.
Okay, well.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, if we can get all the payments out of that 100,000 without grader and everything else, that would be nice.
just remember, there's next tax season, next budget, your cash available is zero. You're gonna better be looking for a mill levy. Gonna bite us in the ass in another year.
Yeah, I guess should have been doing that mill levy. A while ago.
No, we have no idea what our property tax is gonna be this year. Absolutely no idea.
And it is with leaving, 33%
Cash
Reserve.
reserve,
reserve.
that's good.
So,
Well, my statement from the Department of Revenue shows that our property taxes are gonna go about 3,500 on that farm out there.
Gonna go up.
Gonna go up,
Well, they got a,
because they're taking that agriculture, so I was a little bit worried about what this looked like, but it looks like they're gonna
that's
make up the
pretty,
difference from rural.
Because that's because it didn't change the amount of money coming in. It just changed where it comes from.
they're just
Yeah, the
playing
value, they
Which
just up
game?
the value is all they did on farmland, irrigated.
agriculture.
Yeah,
Pasture didn't hardly get anything, but our
that's not gonna, it's not the value that you got, the tax shift was due to the fact of residential getting the cut.
Yep,
right.
so they had to come up with the money.
So it's no more money coming in.
It's just from a different place.
Yeah, that looks like it might be static, it's just.
It's just coming from it's just a shift. I knew that was gonna happen and we told him, we told the governor,
He wasn't listening.
They want they want a pool of money there, that's what they want.
hey,
I will. Are you?
What else you got?
Well, I just. Yeah, you got the overtime budget, Sherry cut that.
you don't have to follow mine, I'm just saying
Well,
that. You had me plug numbers.
It sounds feasible with what you've got.
but normally when we do this, we go through and figure out what we get out of the bridge, so we know what we need in the salaries. At the road department, so. If the bridge goes down, then my numbers don't mean anything. Other than I told him, I got 216.
Do we have the new set of numbers other than what you're talking here? Cause you put these numbers in, but those are your numbers of 5 guys.
No, those are my numbers.
Those are his numbers. I can give you the numbers that I figured if you would like me to, so he can look at that.
We'll have a sheet of paper or something, you were just gonna use this and just go through the process.
Yeah, for my numbers,
Roof walkers.
it's that 140 I had for 5 guys, so it's actually 94. In my numbers, the way I calculated them.
Okay, so we're just.
But that's assuming the bridge stays the same.
Right, and it's gonna come, we're gonna have to go through everything
Yeah.
and then look at the budget and
Yeah,
see what we're
and
gonna have
that's what we do every
to
year.
make it here, sure, that makes sense.
But we usually start off with the bridge, figure out what we need there, and then we.
Bridge is
figure out-
on 29.
It's the next page. You pretty well
That's
got
usually
it.
what we do, but now if we're gonna change that bridge, drop that down, then I'm gonna need more. In my salaries for the road.
Well, we got one salary out of the bridge or two?
Well, your revenue
No,
can
we did a
dictate that,
percentage.
and we need to,
What's
it
that?
doesn't do any good to even,
Well, that's,
We
we
don't
don't
know
know
where
where I'm
it's
gonna
gonna
land if I ain't gonna get, if we don't know. That's, I mean, it's a lot easier to budget when you know exactly what you're getting. But, you know, I'm just going by, you know, that's what I had last year. I'm fine with that. If I can have.
As
that
long as you
again.
get your money, you get your money.
Yeah, but like the bridge, I mean, if that's what we did last year, so I assume I can have that same amount of money out of there. And then I go to my road budget and start figuring up what I had there.
Don't stop. That's.
I actually come in under than what I had last year, but I don't have payments on anything. So,
I had to dig here.
because a lot of that stuff we've been taking out of gas and oil.
Last year, 2 payments were made out of road.
The logo.
Yeah, the tractor
The tractor mower and the,
and that,
Both
what,
of them were
the mower and the
Yeah.
tractor.
38,000.
38,000.
Oh, both of them were 38,000?
Yeah, that's why we have the confusion.
What was that other 38,000 for? It must have been.
One of them you paid cash for the mower and the
Right.
other one was, I think it was
That
one of the payments plus a
road.
75 or 8,500 for the
little
That's
thing.
right.
So it's actually maybe 3 payments got taken out. There's a lower payment.
Yeah, the little one was for that tractor,
And that's the 95.
or 85.
Yeah, but it was combined with another one. I think it was combined with this one that's 23,000 and so we made it 38,000.
Okay, that would have been a grader and the.
Yeah, like we have this one loan that is
23.
23.5 and then if you added, maybe is it 75 or something like that? That's why we did 38,000.
Probably.
Cause we made the one
And then
payment,
the
the
other
2 payments.
38,000 was the
You bought
Packer.
the mower.
Packer thing.
Well, see, that's not something I see on this sheet, because it only says
It's
30.
on the, yeah, cause it's on the next sheet over your page 27. It's right there. Because it's under 610, so it doesn't
Yeah,
print on
I
this.
thought that was the same thing, because
No,
it's 38.
See, that's why I said there's the confusion on the 38,000.
Yeah, cause that's why you guys hate the final pages, but if you look at 28, page 28 gives you your actual budget for road for the year, which was 486,500. And then your actual is the 537. That's what we have to do a budget resolution.
And that's because we made the payment out of that,
The loan.
the loan, or the
Yeah.
loan.
We gotta
Make
do a
the
budget amendment for 139,692.
39,600.
692.
That was on that load, that was a
The lower-
loader loan. Well, I'm sure we're gonna have to meet again on it,
I'm like,
once we get some numbers we can.
no. For semi, I'm like.
I don't know if you guys got good questions on all the rest of the numbers that I have. I dropped the fuel down. I assume the fuel prices with our administration now is gonna
Stabilize a
level off, or
little.
maybe even go down, but I gotta draw, I only got 4 guys that run equipment now instead of 5, so I'm gonna burn less fuel. So
Steve, wanna say this one to the
I
tax,
dropped that down. Pretty much everything else stayed the same.
and then these you can recycle or. Yeah, you can, like I said, if you know the number and everything, you can put them on that rig, because they're good plates, they're not gonna
The
be,
telephone, I dropped it a little bit because I'm down a guy, don't have to pay for their cell phone.
yeah,
So I dropped.
yeah, yep, there you go.
All right.
You, Brad, have a good one.
Yep, see ya.
But I thought this budget that you did was for 5 guys.
It was, but just change that 140 to 94,000.
And then you're gonna change your contributions, you just.
Well,
Drop it back
yeah,
about,
my contributions would go down to 30,000.
That's what you got them listed at.
Oh, okay. Well, it's-
no, I got it at 42. Oh no, 30,000.
30,000.
The 42.5 is,
The overtime slipped in there on the,
or wait. Yeah, that 42.
42.5 is your,
Yeah, I got some wrong, like, screwed up there, that, overtime thing, I think I had that at 30,000 also.
So the
So
overtime
take it
should be at
down.
30.
Oh, overtime should be at 30, yes, sorry.
Okay. And then are you gonna keep your contributions at
Yep,
30?
that should be a 30 for four guys, yeah. Okay. I think that's why you had it figured, wasn't it, for?
Yeah.
Not 30,000, okay. And I guess if there is any extra money, we should put it in that overtime deal and maybe I can pick up more than pool guys or something. Because with just four guys, when the guy's out doing gravel projects or something, I'll probably only be running two trucks and have a third one sitting in the yard, and if I could get a guy in it, we get that much more. So, you know, if that money's available there to hire that pool guy at that time. So if there is any extra money, that's where I'd like to put it.
think there's gonna be any extra money in anybody's pocket.
Well, some years there is, I don't know the rest of the department or whatever, but usually we end up putting it in the fuel or something, but I'm always, seems like I'm always over budget on fuel, but that's always anticipating that fuel can go up with some of the administrations that's in there, and
Well, we know where your preference is anyway. Would we add 610s or are we gonna separate those out or would they all just go in one
They're already
file?
there. We go to the second page,
The
27.
27,
They're already there.
so we just
You
use
just
them,
put it all in between the two, the whole amount between the two.
take them together, add them together and see
Yeah.
what much they are.
And sometimes we're just okay to put it all in the principal and then we just have those lines set up.
Mm-hmm.
Cause we don't know, the interest tends to change on those.
It
But
depends upon what day you pay it. You can ballpark them.
yeah. But to play it safe, I think you have to do 85,000.
That's the number, 85,000.
And yeah.
Payments.
For principal. Well,
But
they're
I need to check on
amortized.
that, the 70, I forgot about the 7,500, so it might have to be a hair more.
Yeah,
What is that?
The 7,500.
There's a little one, is that another mower?
no, it's the mowing tractor, the
The
tractor to pull the mower.
then that should be paid off,
Is
shouldn't
that
it?
one paid off?
I think we should have made our last one, we've been running that.
Okay, so maybe
Orion might be able to tell you
yeah,
that.
I should have printed the sheet, but
Where's your 7,500? What is that?
Well,
it was made to John Deere tractor.
Yeah,
That's that one, and we normally paid it.
if
right
you
when-
look on page 27, that 8586.20, that is the tractor payment.
Oh,
in
there it is.
24.
and I think that was.
And
the
then in
last one. I think we made the
25,
last
it's 38,000, that jumps
Yeah,
to
so
a different vehicle.
I think we paid the 23,500 is what we paid, and then whatever was left on that one.
I think you're right. But that'd be easy to verify.
So our number is 85,000.
I believe it's 85,000.
And that's principal, not interest.
It's amortized.
It's both.
Okay,
It'd be
Okay.
combined together.
just the window.
It'd be 85,000. That's me adding up all the payments. It actually comes to $84,928.34.
85,000.
So 85,000.
I think that's close enough.
What else you got? You got good news?
Well, I got, the UPS priority mail from Nextera. They sent us a check for $2,700 for all them bundled up approaches, and I thought we discussed that they were gonna have to do them individually.
Individually.
Yep. Individual, send it back.
return it back, return it with a note saying individual application.
And in this thing, they got a road haul agreement. I haven't,
No, they're gonna use our.
yeah, and today, I'm gonna take the time and go through theirs, go through mine. What I have. And
From your meeting you had with Jason Stroh and the
Yeah.
other, we need to take that, incorporate it into what's already existing, and then send them a document to sign.
So what we did is we documented with Trans Canada.
Yeah.
We went on site of their haulers.
You've got a copy of that, don't you?
yes, I do.
Yeah, on this,
All back. With our-
Do a separate
Apologies.
send back to them on,
Yeah, I didn't know. Last meeting that they had to do them individually. They got them all done in one. I didn't like that idea.
no,
Oh.
absolutely not.
So,
How many?
What happens, you get into arbitration if you bundle it all. This way, you just keep them individual.
keeps it cleaner.
Yeah,
Like
keeps it
there's
clean.
18 of them.
So the amount's more or less the same. It's-
Yeah, the amount of money is the same, but,
We require individual payment. Have we let landowners bundle them before?
nope.
So we've got background to,
Is that the check?
Yep.
No, I don't want that.
don't want you to lose it.
Probably since when it's been envelope, didn't
But that,
they? Did they say it was-
no, they didn't, or I didn't see them in there anyway. No,
You'll do that, or you'll kind of,
well,
Laney do it.
and I'll get it all packaged together and have Laney send it off.
Okay.
Try to get all that stuff done today.
Your road work day's shot anyway. You
Well,
might as
it is.
well do some
yeah,
desk work.
Yeah, the day's almost half over. It's in the hot office.
Get you a little fan.
Well, I got one of them window kind of air conditioners in there, but keeps it about 80 degrees in the office. That's not bad. Better than 95 degrees out in the shop.
If you get an oscillating fan, it'll stir the air a little.
I got one of them in there too. It's still 80.
At least it's,
I need to see if I got a grain bin fan, like I'd just give you, but man, those things.
Well, the problem with our shop, is you put that shop in,
Yeah.
it's not the windows that are,
horizontal.
they're this way, so you
They're
can't buy
vertical.
one of them
You
regular window conditioners, so you. went down
gotta
to the
cut a hole
hardware.
in the wall if you do that.
Yeah, and so I went down to hardware and they got them new ones that just sit on the floor with a hose going up to it and they just ain't as good, but I'm not in the office. It forces me out of the office. I don't like being in the office anyway. So,
I
Have you
stuck
heard
mine
anything
in.
from Eric at all?
no. It sounds like the BLM ain't gonna let us do anything until after July 15th anyway.
Yeah, but it'd be
Eric
nice.
Leviso came to me in Carter County and asked me if we'd had any communication with Nextera on going federal land. I said, no. They said they've heard nothing.
Yeah, I don't. Anywho, that's all I got. Then another petition or two coming in for cattle guards probably. I haven't seen them yet, but
You got a used inventory cattle guards.
yeah, but I haven't gone through them and I like to go through them and refurbish them a little bit, you know, build this back together, that together before I sell them, so I don't have a bad name out there.
Better do it that way.
I got, public relations is pretty good for me. You know, it's public. Speaking of public relations, we got Mackers. I don't know whether it's fall or spring, meeting coming up the 29th in Miles City about over public relations. Or district meetings. I signed us all up. I know you sometimes go to them, so I signed you up just in case you wanted to go.
Okay.
The 29th.
29th of July.
Yep. At the college at 8:30. If you're interested in going. I think it's gonna be good. We ain't had a public relations one from Mackers for quite a while, so. And teach the,
Relationships is everything.
it is, it really is. It's, as far as like a job description for my job, I think it's probably about 75-80% of the job. Is the public relations trying to pull things down and get things done.
And that's in Miles.
In my city, it's college,
At what time?
8:30. I don't know if it's a all-day deal. I imagine it go through lunch, though. For an hour or two after lunch. Usually they do. If you're interested, you're signed up.
Okay. A lot of good information.
There is, and a lot of times it's the stories that you can learn a lot from.
Yeah, what, you know, real world.
One operator will stand up and give you a story and, wow, I didn't realize that could really happen, you know? So. Anyway, that'd be all I got. Like I said, we just come in and look at the numbers and you can attach it out later.
Put it in the tumbler. You have the tumbler.
Okay.
Right here, John.
Okay, I'm all loosened up. They are loosened up. Which one has the money? Don't sound like any of them.
Hey, John.
It's like, y'all like some sugar, it'll help you.
No, thanks, not right now.
No, thanks, John. Appreciate it.
But did you want to see this? It doesn't look.
See what?
I have the number. But that's with me drop at the bridge.
You got to do it out though, right? You're at the cap.
Or I'm probably. We still have to cut. 210. 210.
$210.
No, 210 is the total mills when you add all of these up.
What's our cap? Where's it at?
Well, what it was last year was 189. So it's still about 200,000. Right?
20 times 5.
100,000.
Yeah,
I know we're 70,000 of that.
what's this is?
I want, no, I need them operating funds over into the general.
Then what happens next year?
I don't know, but we can't leave that. That should be reimbursed into the general. That's what that was for. What's that? We're talking about the operating funds. Cause he's like, which is a good question. I don't know. We say that every year. What do we do next year? Then we figure it out next year.
We're gonna have to get into the local assistance tribal consistency fund, I think.
Well, I think we wanna move
Just
that
the interest.
first.
Just
And then maybe look at doing something with the interest that's happening there first.
we got 2 bridges that are gonna cost us an arm and a leg.
But right there, that one will drop it, which is where it should be at anyway, is my argument.
John, what page you at?
53, sir.
53.
The only thing different is, it's been several years since we applied for Homeland Security. And, unfortunately, the circumstances worked out just right where the penalty from the earlier award of the trailer has worn out. You know, you get so much penalty against you every year because of the previous award. So that's gone. We did the regional thing. There's, it's really an airtight, application. We kind of got them, except for, I didn't count on the money being taken away. Some say, they say it's there, then it's not, then it's there, then it's not. So because it's a grant, can we, that's anticipated non-tax revenue. So do you have to have the cash to back that up in the budget? Or can it be planned for?
You have to have a plan for in the budget in order to spend it even when it's coming in. You can't just bring the money in and spend it out, cause it won't.
Yeah, it's gotta be budgeted.
It's gotta be budgeted. for.
Right, I realize that, but do we have to have the cash for it because it's a grant?
No,
No,
Okay.
you can budget it and.
Unless the grant requires that.
No, well, it's supposed to be, it is supposed to be like a reimbursement.
can we put a
related to the
commissioner's contingency on it? So that it can only be spent by permission,
Good.
so we'd have to do.
Well, we're not gonna know on this for months.
And what's the
Well, if you
bill?
don't know the money's gonna show up,
We
then you have
don't know.
to, you have to make sure that a department does not spend the money they don't have. It happened in Macomb County
Yeah,
with their road department. They had to send guys home for 2 months. That was years ago.
So right now, DES,
they scored the grants, they went through the process like they're gonna get the money, but when you read the bill, there's money there for Homeland Security, but the type 2 priority projects, things that are not like critical infrastructure, cybersecurity, all those kinds of things, like this kind of a project.
and that's flexible.
Yeah,
Don't know. But Homeland Security, they still, nothing changed as far as your salary. They pay half.
that's the separate DES.
That's,
That's the
that didn't change with,
Right, yeah. No, that's the one that funds the position is still there. This is on top of that, so. We're not gonna know for months. We'll just budget for it then
Yeah, I had to add it in.
so how do you wanna do that? Because the 2262 was taken away. That was the Homeland Security grant line item, I believe. And so do we just stick it into, how do we do that?
I would do it into 2261.
2061.
We could just make a line item that says Homeland Security, right?
Yep, that says, yeah, and we can say whatever we want on the line, John.
Okay.
So you could just say Homeland. But this isn't the grant, this would be your purchase.
Right.
Cause the grant's gonna come into a revenue line. So this is you needing to spend it when that grant money comes in. So
Right,
you're
it'll
gonna,
be just like the trailer.
yeah, so you want it to be, so it would be a I don't know if it's a 940, it's a 900 object. I probably should go get.
And people have been using that trailer.
Yeah, I mean, once we've been chasing like electric hydraulic, most cities been using it.
There's a bar, it could be a bar's code
I
up
don't know,
there.
we had DNRC set up solid. I mean, they were gonna use it forever and then, but there's some.
Used to be,
But
it was,
but I wanna be more aggressive with it, when you have money. I'm gonna go out, type 1 and type 2 teams might not use it, but the counties they're in will still use it, so I'm gonna do more solicitation, get us out there, you know what I mean?
Sure.
And try to,
You're gonna pursue this stuff.
yeah,
There you go.
yeah. Yeah, because,
so the Homeland Security be a 2261.
940 is machinery and equipment.
940.
And what would you use that 80,000 for?
okay, that's gonna buy
What
a
page am I?
brand new dually pickup.
A brand new what?
Dually pickup.
Okay,
And then we're gonna take and get a new pickup. Well, it won't have to be like, plain Jane like the last one. I mean, we can get it nicer, but in essence, we're gonna get a dually pickup, so we have some better pulling. And then we're gonna get the battery, everything put in it, the radio, the lights, all that stuff. That'll be put into it. When our pickup is complete, then we'll take the current pickup, transfer it in whole to Wheatland County. So that, because they'll never have a chance to get a vehicle. That's like the carrot that gets the sack to, because you're benefiting two jurisdictions with one application. And,
and that's part of the
That's-
application.
yeah, that's how it is in there. But I mean, I wouldn't
What's
count on
Wheeling County gonna use it for, pulling a trailer?
DES, for their DES position. But I don't think it's gonna go through. I mean, the CDC monies and all this stuff that went to locals and Homeland Security. I don't think that's there anymore, but we'll just plan for it, see what happens. Other than that, the rest is just straightforward.
Which.
Yes, repair and maintenance, you upped
Yeah. blew that
because
one
you
up.
blew, because the actual was over.
Yeah,
In that repair and maintenance, is that,
like the pickup in the trailer, like oil changes, tires.
it's because we talked to Keeper earlier about the siren over here.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that is a DES financial obligation. He said between you and him, we need to keep that alive.
Yeah, the thing about this siren is I'm glad they have interest in it now. But and I've had so many conversations with Elaine. I talked to her the day the storm was coming in. We're still gonna use it. It's just that, the town needs to step up and, I'll pay for it. It's their siren. I, I, well, in order for the town to fix their siren problem, we need to get like at least 4 more or 5 more. They don't have to be these big superstructure sirens. They can be used outdoor alert and warning sirens, and then we use their own property. Because we could put something at the county shop, and when these storms blow up, the wind's blowing this way, that sound's gonna come into town, because as it is now, with that siren going off, it's a 15 horse, but if you're over on that side of town and you have your windows rolled up and your radio on just a little bit, you can't hear it. I mean, in a vehicle, you can't hear it in a house, with the TV on and things like that. There needs to be 2 more. There really should be. We could put one at the fairgrounds, one at the county shop, then we gotta go to this end of town. And we need to put it on property that the county or the town already owns. So if we're not doing it through a grant, then we can plant a pole and do those things much easier if we use grant money. If you go through the EHP process, which it used to be no big deal, but counties are really having a hard time getting hung up in that now, so.
What does one of those cost?
Paul showed me one time for one for like, it was under $100. And I'm trying to work with Paul because if we can, we don't, we just get a simple siren on a backup battery, a power source, get some smaller ones that we can do a better job than covering it. We'll still use this and we're, obviously, the Nixle reports, the public alert and warning things that come from dispatch, the messages on your phone, things like that. And then the weather alerts and all those things, and we're still gonna use that. It's just that it's been real problematic and, the current bill, Eric's been sitting on that since December. And,
Well, my understanding that's coming out of DES now.
but it's
Dispatch won't pay for it.
right.
It's not
but-
for them.
Yeah, but it's the town siren. The town needs to pay for it. The town's we've always taken care of it for them. They
And what
need-
does Rolane say?
What's that?
You said you've been talking with Rolane,
Right, she hasn't said anything about that, we just talked
but
about.
when you bring
storms.
this up to her and you talk about the siren, what does she say?
I have not heard back from her yet. I'm asking her to reply. I have.
What's the bill on that?
Can you physically go look her in the eyes and talk about this?
I can, but, it's a town of Terry siren. And that's fine if, I can call somebody to work on it, things like that. The thing is though, I mean, I don't know who they're gonna get to work on it now. I really don't.
What's
And,
the bill Eric's holding?
What's that?
How much is the bill that Eric's holding?
Well, one's 1,600 and one's 22,000, mine is 5,000, so,
For what?
well, the generator and the
The
siren
22,000's been taken care
That's
of.
been taken care
That's
of.
been taken care of.
The siren controller, we had one that was gonna go in at Fallon. The first one that came in is the one that the radio shop in Sealy Lake and Bob Brenner, it had to be programmed a certain way because it was already programmed to Baker Dispatch. The guy in Sealy Lake disagreed, so he sends it down because Dwight got it. The Terry Fire Department got it in 2003 on a grant. It was a $20,000 DNRC grant. And it sat there forever. Nothing was happening. That's the only reason, I mean, we got involved because nothing was happening. And it stood erect for probably 5, I don't even remember how many years it stood, but it stood ready to go, but it could not work because of the programming. So in May of 2013, the son of this guy over here stopped in. And then he fixed it. He fixed this thing that was a huge problem between these people. And there was no one was budging. They were set. And so, but anyway, he fixed it. And then 2013, that's when we did our first siren test. It was Memorial Day weekend. Remember that? And then 2 days later, there was cold weather funnels out here south of town. And so this is after 3 weeks of public education. We had 3 weeks, we had postings, we had all this, and then Commissioner Bachus aggressively questioned me how people didn't know what the tones meant. And I found that fascinating, but I mean, the town bought it. It's theirs to pay for, not mine, not ours. The Terry Fire Department bought that in 2003. It arrived in 2004. And it's the town of Terry's. It belongs to the town of Terry.
So why aren't we just writing a letter saying it's no longer our responsibility and we have nothing to do with it?
Well, that's kind of what I did with that email. I told her we're not gonna stop looking out for, we're alert and warning for the town of Terry. But as for the siren, I mean, who are you gonna get to work on it now? I don't know. Tab isn't gonna work on it.
Well, hey, let's back up just a smidge. Take the generator out because we worked on that with the outfit and that's all. So take that generator out because I think that generator's running this in an emergency. Is that right? Yes or no?
I have no idea what the generator's doing. I was taken out of that when they were complaining about me.
But this been taken care of. Does
Okay,
the generator run this siren at all?
no,
Nothing to it. Okay, that's mute, that's gone. Now you have a generator or a siren here. Now, is there a bill against it?
yes.
Who authorized that charge?
Who authored? Well, you see, that's kind of where the problem comes in. Because we had a controller for Fallon, it was not getting put in. This one failed twice. The original failed, and then we shared buying a new one with the town. That one failed
Shared
last the siren controller
Okay,
that's the piece you need from dispatch. Okay, so then in October, with this last shakeout earthquake exercise, it failed again. So he had to take the one that we supplied to replace the first one that failed again, so we had to buy a new one. This is that new one, $1,600. Well, we really don't have to, it's the town of Terry's to buy. And so that, I mean, that's it, that,
why are you involved in it?
in the siren.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because Commissioner Bogdan wanted me to do that back in 2013. It was not going anywhere.
Okay.
There was a continuing urination competition between the guy Dwight was using and our guy, but we have to go with our guy. When we signed the agreement to go to Baker, we all agreed that Tab was the radio shop. That, I mean, it just has to be that way because he's the guy that maintains it. And
Now DEF doesn't have to be involved in this, that's what you're saying.
well, the function of mass awareness and, alerting is, that's a DES function. But as far as the actual physical siren, it belongs to the town of Terry. So if they want to, if you want to run it for them, if you want to share halves, if you want to do whatever, we can do whatever. But the thing is, it's time it gets cleaned up because we did this for 20 some years. And we're not gonna stop warning, but they can take care of their siren. I know they got a pretty good health. Okay, go back.
I get all that. But we're hanging it out and having a pissing match here, and I'm not a pissing match guy. Wait a minute, no, I'm not a pissing match guy. We've been taking care of this for 20 years, so. And it seems like the town doesn't enjoy this or want this. And we have DES and they're the emergency alert people. You're that guy. So doesn't it make sense that we would just do this?
If you want to, we can.
Well,
I mean,
where we're at, John, makes no sense.
well, I know it doesn't.
So
It's like, just clean it up.
That's what I'm saying. We've not communicated with the town, but we need to communicate that would, if we're gonna assume the liability and the repairs, that would have to be county property is what I'm assuming. That way you're making decisions. Nobody's making decisions. Nobody's changing things. You gotta have one authority on it. You can't have 10 people involved to make one decision. That gets you in trouble. You agree with that at all?
I mean, that's the thing, yeah.
Well, if the town of Terry bought the sirens for the emergency awareness,
Well, they bought it. Their justification was secondary fire notification, like towns blow their whistle. Terry used to, when we had local dispatch, but that doesn't happen anymore. I will go talk to Rolene and I will sit down with her.
The question is, you've authorized a $1,600 bill, so.
Oh, no. Okay.
But didn't he have
That's
that?
the awkward part. See, I gotta call him to work and it's town property. That's why it's so messy. It just doesn't work like this. It used to. Well, it never really did work.
What you're interested in doing is buying $100 sirens, but installation's more than that, because you just said it's $100 to put these things up, right? For them.
Oh, yeah, there's gonna be some installation, but it wouldn't be like trying to plant one of those, large 15 horse.
Can you give us a hardcore that this would look like, where the placements be, how this is gonna work? And we can walk away from this and just give it back to the city if we're alerting people. That's the whole point of this thing. We just saw in Texas how important alerts are. We just lost over 100 citizens.
Okay, and, wow. Did you read the second part of the email? That's an issue too. A siren, the benefit of the siren is when people are sleeping at night. During the day and all that doesn't matter. There's all kinds of alerts and warnings and everybody has radar on their phone. When everybody's asleep at night, that's when that thing has to work. But for that thing to work, somebody's got to be called locally to make a decision. And I'm saying I haven't been called by a city dispatcher over there for 4 years. So whatever, that's fine, but I'm just saying, don't depend on me. Don't, I mean, I could see this becoming a big problem. I was just trying to help out, but you know, maybe if an officer out, if dispatch can communicate with the last officer out or something like that. But somebody needs to be called, because what happens is the weather service sees rotation on their radar and they call immediately the appropriate 911 center. Okay, they tell them. Then they have to call somebody locally, or they have to have you know, some sort of communication. Do we set it off? Do we not set it off? That's gotta happen. But in order for that to happen, you gotta know what's going on.
Kiefer said that they can turn it on or shut it off.
Right.
Each individual officer can. So wouldn't it make sense for them to have that authority over it or
Yeah,
for the call? Because they are 911. That's who gets the calls in the county. So wouldn't it make sense for them? I'm just trying to make this simple where.
if dispatch just calls the officer that's on duty, you know, because the way it's set up is, you know, fire
Maybe
chief,
the sheriff's office, the DES and town ought to get together and hash this out.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Face to face. And then
okay, but
report back.
what's our position? Do we wanna take control of their property? Do we wanna just? There's a list coming of the components we need to do this siren
I don't
project.
think it's a control of property, John.
I think it's more if the fire
Pushing
department bought it,
stress
it's a
button.
town deal. You're telling us that you can get these other sirens put in for minimal
Well,
money.
If somebody will do the work, yeah. I mean, yeah, we can get the components we need without spending $20,000 on one unit.
You can look.
We can get all the things we need, the sirens, the batteries, things like that, for cheaper than one big siren. We have a list coming of what we need to do that. But, and again, because here we go again, this is gonna depend on, I don't know, maybe Paul. But, you know, we go back to the same thing. I mean, trying to get it's very hard to get techs to come here and do stuff. It's the way it is.
It's hard to get what?
Techs, anybody to, you know, a technician to come here and work on things. Because,
Well, I think maybe what we want to do is start out with you guys having a meeting and deciding what direction you want to take this. Abandonment or further.
I think as long as it's there, we gotta keep using it. The liability would be huge too, great. You know, that's the thing is, we need to keep that and then enhance it, you know, with the smaller sirens, because that one's, it was a huge improvement when it happened, but, you know, that was 21 years ago.
Yeah.
And, we just need to, you know, add some sirens to it, and the town can have a better siren system, but it's really, I think it's a good idea that we figure out this thing with the siren and the siren controller, because it's not right for me to call people in for the town. It's their stuff. They should be calling people, but we're gonna go talk. I'll talk to Kiefer and Roland. We'll sit down and talk. I'll talk to Paul and I'll get back to you.
We need to have a face-to-face conversation, have an understanding of how this is gonna work. Not he said, she said, they said, and we're gonna, part of the town's gonna do this over here, and you're gonna add sirens to it. That makes no sense. You gotta put it under one authority, one head, 911, the call goes out. There has to be consistency in this.
Yeah.
I agree 100%.
Maybe we need to look at everybody putting in a certain amount towards the upkeep. Town and the.
Yeah, if you just share it, that would be easy. Usually it's not that, I mean, it's a new controller that failed, that happens, I mean, but usually, I mean, it can go a while without problems. I mean, it's just, it got really awkward with that last controller because apparently the town didn't know why I brought them the bill. And then there was some other stuff, so we'll go talk to Rolene, me and Kiefer, and we'll get that part figured out,
Start there.
and I'll get back to you.
I appreciate that. We just need to have a finality on that, how that operates, how it's gonna work.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Kyle?
It's just money.
It's just.
Is there any grant money out
I
there
could
available?
write you a check. I could write you a check right now, if you want me to.
We're just,
I could share that. How big you want it?
whatever you feel comfortable. A lot, so. Is there any grant money for this kind of stuff?
Yeah, no, yeah, I mean, Homeland Security used to do grants for sirens, but they had so much trouble with the easements and the historical
So they don't do it.
complying,
That-
yeah, complying with all the,
So they don't do it.
yeah, no, they stay away from that anymore.
Okay, so, so there's no outside grant money.
And it's better that way. If you use your own money, you don't gotta, we can use existing, there's a telephone pole over there in that lot behind Netzer's. There's a pole over there. I mean, the one can go there, but if we use county and town property, then we don't gotta worry about easement problems like they had over here with this family. We can just,
Sure. No,
do what we want on our property.
I just like to see us get resolved.
Oh, it'll be solved then, okay. The budget's I'm kidding. Okay, so as far as the budget, is that okay?
Looks all right.
Awesome.
We'll see what we have to,
Oh, yeah.
might have to adjust.
Yeah.
This is
Okay,
just preliminary.
Yeah.
yeah.
They have seen. so
That's a start.
You just need to stumble on an $80,000 grant, that's all you need to do.
Well, I'm not even gonna count on that because I was, I was trying to find that for a week, get somebody from state ES to, finally I got my answer like 30 minutes
Who's
ago.
Wheatland County?
What's that?
Who's Wheatland County?
Harleton.
What is it?
Harlow.
Harlow. Okay,
Eddie, yeah.
okay.
But that's after this is,
My friend Adam Jones is commissioner.
is he? Well, hot dog, you can give him the keys. But they don't get that until ours is like set up and ready to go, so we can't really use it.
Yeah.
They would
Yeah,
get something.
you'd wanna have it.
But no, you can't lose that.
Dad and
I shouldn't have said that, yeah. Yeah. Okay,
his dad, Bobby's dead now.
my computer broke. I
His
better-
first vacation he took and died on the boat.
Thank you, John.
Yep, thank you all. See you later.
Did you see Rolling?
She's not due for another 8 minutes or so.
What page is library on?
Good question.
They were laughing and talking about something and the guy said, "Look, I can tell right away." Me too. There's no people.
What's the number?
Kind of tends to like not have any strangers in our life, so he's really embracing that kind of stuff today.
49.
What is it?
That's lots of that.
There she is.
Hi, Roland.
Good morning, everybody.
How you doing?
I'm good. My
Hello.
water is fixed. I am happy.
Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, it got
What?
fixed.
What's fixed?
The water at the library.
Oh,
They got it done.
geez,
So
that
we're
was great.
happy.
We know who to contact now when we need things done.
No, so who did it? Tanner and Dwight and Dwight's grandson and one of the Holden boys. We had-
Whoever it could collect at the moment.
Yeah, they got it pretty much done in one day.
Oh, geez, that's super.
Yeah.
That just makes its life better.
It was probably Dwight's grandson.
Grandson
And
and
Holden
Gavin.
boy. Yeah,
Gavin.
Holden. Not, is that his name? The
Gavin.
dad is Gavin.
Yeah,
I can't think of the boy's name.
uh,
I know it's a Holden. They
could
just,
have said it is Luke.
yeah, that sounds right. Well, is there any money left for us?
We don't know if anybody gets any.
Oh, boy. I know Lynn's at the meeting in Weibo today and she just texted me and said, as far as the town, we should be okay because we don't have any special mill levies per se, kind of. So people that have special mill levies, it must be going to affect them somehow. I don't know all the specifics yet.
On property tax,
Yeah, but not in the new property tax bills.
gonna go up or gonna go
I-
down?
I think they'll she just said we'll be okay. So
Didn't
I
clarify.
don't think it's
huh?
gonna go up. We'll be lucky if we get the same thing, so.
Why don't you go through them, Liz?
Well, there isn't a lot of changes, Todd. The only thing I changed mainly was salaries to cover the increase that you commissioners
Postage went up a
approved.
little.
Yes, I did because our interlibrary loans have just gone nuts, but I kind of just moved that from another budget
You
line.
dropped a couple of.
Yeah, so it kind of evened out there. So the majority, pretty much the whole
Salary.
increase went to the salaries line. And we still had plenty in our employer contributions to cover another 1,600 in salaries. So, we should be good there. Outside of that, I don't see anything else unless, I mean, Emma, you get some big increase or something and you never know that until it happens.
Any choice about that.
No, but otherwise, everything else just kind of stays the same. We just do what we do, with what we get. And it goes pretty well.
Tickled about your water.
So am I. I got tired of going down that well hole.
They'll just get to the fairgrounds and do what?
It's been seeing the salamanders and every other thing, the rabbits and,
Doing wahalates?
well, the door over there is falling apart. You guys might want to have somebody fix the door. It's
What's
rotted.
wrong with the door?
It's rotted. The
So it
frame,
needs a new door.
Yeah.
The main door going in.
yeah. Into the well house, yeah.
Where,
It's rotted,
where the door fits in?
yeah.
The
Not
door
down-
sill.
Well, down in the basement, the frame is, it sticks. You push and you can feel the wood kind of.
In the basement, so you need two doors.
Well, I think the one downstairs is fine. At least it's still on the hinges.
Sounds like
the
the one
one
downstairs
upstairs
is still.
the
door
hinges are-
sill.
So the downstairs door's fine, doesn't need
It's
any.
fine. There's a little, it must be the framing part. It's just pulled down a little bit from the top. But that one, if I don't have to go
The
down there all the
well
time,
house.
it's no big deal.
At the library, the,
Here's what I found.
be the county.
If you
one.
wanna fix both of them, go for it. It's your well.
Well, if you got a known problem that's come up to
Yeah.
bite you in the butt,
Yeah,
if you
but-
got the guy there to fix
Yeah.
the door, put a door in,
Well,
why
good
wouldn't
luck
you
with
just fix
that.
the other deal?
Cause I've been trying to get people to do stuff. I wanted a fan down underneath in the crawl space.
Of the library.
Because we have that wood basement and the seam between the cement and the wood, it leaked a little because we had that flood that with all that snow one year and it ran in there. And the smell got awful, awful, awful.
Sure.
So I've been trying to get somebody to come and put in some kind of a ventilation to suck some clean air in and some bad air out. And
Air movement.
I haven't got much luck with that either, so.
You found anybody that even does that?
Well, I think any contractor can do it or an electrician. Maybe I'll try one of the electricians would be better. The contractor seems to
Yeah.
be really, really busy. So that's been longer than the water issue. But it is what it is.
So your doors are really, the two doors, you're really only issue, your concrete's fine and everything else.
Yeah, at the library, well, we need new curbing, but if you have what, CTEP money, whatever, TSEP, whichever you use. It's all gone, all the way down in front of the library. The curbing's all gone. It's all broken off.
One of many places.
Yeah, it's pretty much.
I think that curb, those curb belong to town, don't they?
No. They belong to the, actually, they do in our right of way, but the landowner is responsible for maintaining.
They gotta put the sidewalks and the curbing in.
Well, just like you did the community center, that was your building, but the right of way is the town. So it's just what it is. Now, if we had millions of dollars where we could pave the streets, we'd do all new sidewalks and curbing and storm drains and, but I doubt that's gonna happen. Water system. Yeah, then the next, the water system, somebody will tell us we have to do a water system and that would defeat putting in new paving because it goes down the street and not down the alley. So
It's just money.
it's just money.
Plan for the worst and hope for the best.
I just don't see a lot of that kind of money coming. Money for streets is tough. You gotta do mill levies or stuff like that,
SIDs,
SIDs and yeah,
people don't seem like they're caught into that SIDs and
What's an SID?
special
Special
improvement district. We used to have one years ago when they paved, But when it got paid, they just dropped it.
They dropped it. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was.
Crazy.
So we have zero
That
money,
was a deal that was cut.
so we have zero
Did
money
it
for
so-
streets.
for so long and then drop it?
Well, they did it till it was paid for and then nothing for upkeep.
Yeah, they didn't keep it going, which they should have kept
Which
it
they
going.
should have.
Mhm. So we have our little $24,000 that we added on a street maintenance tax. And that goes nowhere.
Yeah.
That doesn't even buy our
Don't
little
even
hill
pay
of
for the
dirt down there.
Street sweeper?
Yeah, that thing, yeah, that's old, needs a brand new one, but we just keep repairing them. It's the best we can do.
It's still working.
It does, it still works. Yeah. We're lucky that we have somebody that's mechanically inclined because we had to take it and repair it at the time.
I think you're right.
We'd be out of luck.
Yeah,
Something would stop. It's just the way it is. And you can't hardly sweep anymore because everybody's got 10 vehicles that park down the street and they never move. We can do the middle of the street, but not along the curb where it really needs to be done.
aren't they supposed to move them periodically?
Well, they should, every 72 hours. They're supposed to be moved by law. A foot, that's all you gotta go on. Not gonna happen. So, yeah,
I guess we've got some parked in a couple places too, don't
yeah,
we?
everybody does it anymore, Christine. It's just what it is. We do the best, just do the best we can do, so.
Did you get the inheritance?
Yes,
What'd you do with it?
it's invested in CDs. We're gonna meet, this fall with the state library, one of the reps, and come up with some ideas on,
Utilization?
you doing things at the library with it, not just wasting it
Yeah,
per se. We're gonna try to come up with some stuff.
Put new curbs in.
It's not supposed to be for those kind of things.
Oh, it isn't. It's educational and
It's to,
Inside.
yeah, to promote the library
Library.
services. So I would, maybe the board would want to cost share it with you. Cause it would be nice to get them done, cause they're in bad shape. And if a kid fell on them, all the top is gone, so there's really rough edges all up and down it. So they're decorated around the tree. I have a little circle around the tree of the broken pieces, cause you can't put them in the garbage, so all them out, so. Can't take them out there to the tree pile. They sit there.
we don't have a cement pile.
And you guys don't have one anymore either, do you? Your cement pile,
So,
you can't use it.
I let them hold to my farm. I got
Yeah.
big holes and they,
Brad Eaton is very good at letting us do that
yeah.
whenever we have a big cement, because they've
Well,
got.
what he don't take, we will.
Okay.
We have washouts. that-
Okay, I'll keep that in mind, because, yeah, there's just no place, and we don't wanna have them,
No,
we have those railroad ties out there, that's enough. And that's where
Yeah,
we
you
haul
can't
our
burn.
cement for the town, the stuff we take up.
what can you even,
You
how do
can't
you
do nothing
get
with them.
rid of them any?
Can't do anything, can't burn them, can't do anything. We pray lightning hits them, but so far it hasn't.
well, they all jump pretty much rough.
Oh, yeah, they've been there for, oh, 30
They're
years.
run when they put them there.
Yeah, they were
They
back.
were rejects when they dug them out.
Break down very fast.
No, they don't break down hardly. I mean,
So you
They-
need a lightning strike.
yeah, that would be good.
They break down from the inside out.
And somebody asked
Maybe
us to
you could
do
put some
tires
up
up
in
there
the
and we
ends.
said, oh, no, we're not gonna do tires ever. You can bury them
Don't even
500 feet
start,
in the ground and they'll find their way to the
don't
top.
start.
No, we didn't. We said no. Cause one little pickup load turns into a
Several,
lot. Mhm.
a full.
I wish somebody'd come up with something to chop those up,
There's some baled ones in
paint streets
town.
with them or something. Baled ones.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
somebody came by and baled a bunch of them.
Tires?
They had to have had a certain kind of machine to do
Wow.
it.
Well, maybe you can use them for windbreaks or make a building.
I don't know, they're
I don't know.
ugly as hell get out.
I'm sure.
Anything else?
No, we're
Oh.
pretty simple. Do you have something, Sherry?
We knew that was good.
The one I asked you about, the tune in the,
Yeah, that one's kind of weird too. So if you go to her page 85,
I didn't bring that stuff with me because I figured you'd
Sure.
just tell me the amount I needed to
So-
put in there.
this is where that CDs, that's what shows up in a cash balance.
Mhm.
So I am gonna check with the auditors on how to word that, because if you actually look at like the treasurer's cash report,
Mhm.
it says there's 114
Mhm.
in there, but 95,973.34 is the actual
Right.
CD. So when you subtract that off of there,
It's right around what, 19 or 20,000?
18,450.29. So I just did 10,000 on your capital improvement and 8,450.29 on your supply line.
10,000 and what?
You got 6350.
And 84 something you said?
What do you, she does.
Oh,
That's her.
that's hers.
You guys, the handwriting in these books is theirs.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
but
So,
we're on page 85 and we're talking about 85.
yes, so
Now that
So-
6350 is what?
it needs to be 8450.29.
84, 50 and 29 cents.
29 cents.
Okay,
And then 10,000, I kept
Yeah,
it the
the
same.
ten's there.
Okay,
And then that's leaving you, because there's actually more
More in
money,
there.
so that's leaving you 4,000 in reserve,
okay.
which
Well,
is good.
you're taking
You don't
the
need to know that.
interest and
So,
splitting it out. Is that what you did?
well, yeah. So money comes in there and Rolene, we never know. And then I had to get clarification because her cash balance is way higher. So I had to really understand how to do this, and hopefully I'm doing it correctly. I'm gonna reach out to the auditors. Because if they pull a report on here, it shows way more cash than what I'm reporting.
Right.
But technically that cash is not available. But that's the difference between, and then she receives some money in, because you,
Yeah, we have
interest goes-
donations.
the
and
interest and stuff goes in there. So like
Right.
about $8,000 went into there last year. So that's why I'm telling her that she's got 4,000 sitting in reserve.
And we're going to get some more. Lois doesn't know yet, but, Norm Clark, their family will be here on Hippie Days. Jeff is coming to visit with me. Apparently Norm wanted to donate to the library also.
Cool.
So we'll find out how much that is.
and that money you got, was it from Ruth?
Bruce Frankson.
Ruth Rice?
Yep.
And how many dollars was that?
Well, it was
It was
94,
93.5 or
93,
something.
but we're supposed to get another 10 or something here pretty soon.
There was a contested amount.
Would you tell me, what was that number?
It's in the, right in the 94,000, 90, it was
94,000.
93 something, I think.
It was
but-
93,789.
Because all five of
or
us got the
something
same
like that.
amount. Yeah. And then once the estate was completely
Resolved.
resolved, then we're supposed to get another.
I thought that was supposed to be done by now.
Yeah, but it hasn't been.
Might be finished.
But they
It's
built
not
it up
dis-
higher than that
dispersed.
right now. That CD is valued at
Yeah, because we've been.
$95,973.33.
Dollars or something in the first 6 months. Whatever it was.
Who got those grants? The library and who else?
Mason's got one.
Mason's Presbyterian Church, Legion.
Community
Museum.
Church, the Legion, and the museum,
Mhm.
and the library,
In the church over here.
Mhm.
community church.
Yeah, it was very nice
That
of
was-
them
Very
much a shock to do them. Yeah, it was,
No one ever expected it.
no,
She
Charlie
said
just
she-
liked the library and he'd come and get his books that he wanted on cameras and whatnot.
Birds.
Yeah, birds. Yeah, and then all of a sudden, here you are, 20 years later, or 30.
$30,000.
Yeah, you just never know.
Well, what they tell you, what's important.
Yeah, well, yeah, if you're,
What you do.
hopefully if we're doing our job the correct way, somebody appreciates it at some point and remembers us,
Well,
Yeah.
the thing about that is whether you're in business or it doesn't matter.
every place.
People will always tell you what you're doing wrong, but
Mhm.
very few, they'll think it, but very few come back and say it.
Customer
that's-
service is a big deal.
It's huge.
Yeah. No, and I spent hours looking up stuff for Norm Clark for his book that he was writing, and I'd go to the museum or over to the Tribune office to get into the old Tribunes, because we don't have all of them at the library, so. It was really fun. I mean, I learned a lot.
It was
too.
interesting work,
Yes.
wasn't it?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah, it
Fun
really
deal.
was. So I was out at the cemetery, looking up grave sites sometimes. Yeah, I was,
All over the
yeah, it kept me
county.
busy.
Good spare time.
Yeah, it was. It was fun. It was fun. So we'll see what Jeff has to say.
Well, that's appreciative of you doing that, Roland. Thank you. Anything else?
Well, when you get your electrician over there to tell you about the venting and those things, see if that electrician does doors.
If he does doors, I'm sure he doesn't.
And sirens.
It's sirens.
I don't even want to talk sirens. That's just been
It sounds like you're gonna though.
yeah,
So be prayed out.
yeah. You get prepared. Yeah, I
I
told,
wonder if
Keep
Greg
There's
Foster
a-
would
There's a.
look into doing.
Wait,
it.
I told, yeah, that's what I said. I figured it out.
If everybody just
Have
sits
you got
down,
his phone number?
And have a conversation.
yeah,
And do an
I know
interlocal
Lottie
if we
does.
need it, because there's
Okay,
nothing, at least we
I've got
can't.
it
find
if you want it.
And we've just never paid anything.
At least have him stop by and
That's what
look.
happens when you get grants sometimes and don't finish the
Yeah.
process. They just hang out there. So,
Get grants and then you have nothing for maintenance.
well, we have no idea who's supposed to follow through on the maintenance or whatever. And now they're, 20 years later, they almost probably are obsolete. I don't know.
see, that's the worrisome part, is you keep picking at this thing or you start all over brand new with.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because you get so much in for the product, it seems like more gizmo gadgets, more reliable to an extent. Because you can throw kind of dollars at old stuff, you can throw dollars at me and.
Yeah.
The expiration date's about up anyway, so.
Well, and like I said, if I'm sitting in my house, I never hear it. This doesn't happen. You almost need one in
I do.
several corners of the town. You're close. I'm not close.
And that's what John suggested, is maybe put one more throughout. the
But
community.
there again, you're probably gonna have to go for a grant of some sort.
He said
And that's what
that-
happens. We get
Fairly
grants and for
reasonable.
whatever. You guys know, fire trucks, this and that, but there's always maintenance, upkeep, agreements that need to be made.
It's
Yeah.
always more than you.
Yes.
You know what that's like? It's like a boat. The cheapest part is buying the boat.
Cheapest part of anything is buying it. It's
Well,
the
buying
after
it.
stuff that kills you.
A boat's a hole in the water, you throw money into.
Yeah, exactly.
See if you get fish.
Yeah. See, the whole thing. It's just what it is. That's with everything in life. We all want things, but they break.
I had a
Even our
couple,
kids, we get them and we think they're not gonna cost us a dime. And look at all the money we spend on them. It's like
still
30, 40
spending.
years
What the heck
forever.
are you talking about?
The bonus is,
You get grandchildren.
yes, and they cost
that-
money too.
They
Yeah,
cost
but-
more than the kids did.
Yeah. They have
And
bigger-
that's okay. I can overlook that because I like the grandkids.
You like them better than your kids? Is what you're saying.
You can send them home.
Yeah, we can send them. home.
You feed them a bunch of sugar and
Yeah,
then
feed them
send
sugar
them
and say
home.
go home. Yep.
I would
Bye-bye.
love to have some.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, talk to them, Mike.
I got some granddaughters I'll loan you.
Okay.
You, nothing new, everything's the same and just rolling down the road.
No, we're good. The summer program had 40-some kids or 50 in it. We have one more week.
And they're all little urchins, aren't they?
Yeah, most of them are
All
less
but
than 10.
Well,
Yeah.
that's a good crowd.
The preschool, I don't
good.
know what this year's numbers are gonna be, but we had 12
School
again
out
last
there.
year. And story hour averages probably 8 to 10, 12.
Have you got enough room for what you're doing?
We actually need more room. But that's more than the money we have. So I don't know if that would ever happen either. Yeah. No, the preschool takes a big amount of room. It could definitely be bigger.
Well, because you've got the kids plus the parent.
Yeah, well, the parents don't come. They just drop them off, but it's a good. They're by them. Yeah, for the preschool, yeah,
Yeah.
they drop them off. They go to school, just like
School.
kindergarten or anything else. Yeah,
Mm. I
So-
thought you had helpers come along with
not for
them.
preschool. There's a helper at story hour and helpers at the summer reading program.
Maybe that's what I was.
And they bring the kids from school for the summer reading program. And usually the aides or whoever's teaching them up there.
Daycare kids show up too.
Daycare kids show up and usually whoever brings them stays and helps with them.
Oh,
So,
they gotta come back and get them.
yeah,
That's what
thank God. Because some of them are wild. Definitely different than our kids from 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah, my kids were scared to death when you got more than two people in one room.
Shut up, you don't say anything.
Not anymore. They just talk louder or go do something else that they're not supposed to.
Let's get up and leave. For some rest.
I have a sneaking suspicion I probably wouldn't be able to handle.
I'd be in jail
Yeah,
if I was a
cause
teacher.
I'd have something
There, I have
kind
no
of
doubt
like
in my
Lyle
mind.
Swan
Being
would
jail.
have.
You learn to follow the rule, because when you cry a little bit, mother would say, you want me to give you something to cry about?
Yeah.
And of course I didn't. So,
My kids, they always remind me of this story, and I can never remember. We were sitting at the table eating, and Scott just kept laughing and laughing, and I told him to stop. Because I have seen people choke together when they have their choke, when they've had their mouth full of food. And he didn't stop, and I took the frying pan and hit him on the head and knocked him flat on the floor. And
wow.
I do not remember. Like
You
I said,
remember.
I'd be in jail.
You know, if you don't remember it, then it really didn't happen.
And it probably wasn't as bad as they make it sound.
What happened
But
at
they
our
remember.
table is the knuckle bump.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, you just, when mom talks, you better listen. So, but there wasn't many spankings. But when I talked to you, you better listen. No.
Must have done something wrong. I got volunteered for it.
Yeah,
And one has to get up and tell the story, and he's going like this, and he hits his brother along.
Oh, yeah. well, Larry's
Brother
dad,
says, quit. He says, you want a piece of me, and the fight's on.
and Larry's dad did that to him too. He kept sitting like this at the kitchen table, rocking his chair, and his dad just reached over one day and just flattened him. He didn't do that at the kitchen table, because he told him and told him and told him, and he did not listen. And he remembers that.
We were over at a friend's house, Bill Sweeney used to
Uh-huh.
sell Blue
Oh,
Cross
yeah,
Blue
I know. He
Shield.
lived across the street from Larry's dad, from
Oh,
their
okay.
place. Uh-huh.
Well, anyway, Jim Edwards is over there, and Jim was talking about, do you remember when I was a kid, you know, I got a bloody nose because you accidentally were playing, and I was gonna go home, and tell my folks you buttered me all up, so I didn't tell them.
Yeah.
Sweeney's laying on the couch, and he goes like this to Jim Edwards and hits him right in the nose,
Oh.
and the blood starts. Jim's a senior in high school. He says, go home and tell your folks now, Jim. Oh, yeah, I don't care.
Good old days, but now you can't do any of that stuff. If you hit anybody, you'll go to jail. So, like I said, I would not make a good teacher.
I'd keep the cop shop busy, I guess.
Yeah, I know I would.
BVS was a trial this year.
I bet it was. We're all done with us? We're
All
good
done with you.
until, you guys haven't heard anything on revenue yet, have you?
Nope.
I wish they'd get with the program.
Probably not till
Other
what,
than they
second
said
week
they're
of
gonna be
August.
late. Which I don't know how that works when we have deadlines.
Well, I hope they extend the deadlines then, because there's no way you can get it done. They don't give them to us.
Yeah. I don't-
I've heard some of the big towns or whatnot are in a world of hurt for their revenues. So we'll see.
Yeah, Billings is down 2.2
Yeah, $2
million
million
or
or
something.
something. It's a lot of money to find. I don't know how you do it.
From Kansas City.
Well, Miles City, I don't
Can't
know
even
what
open
they,
the pool.
I don't know what they did.
They got money to tear the fire hall down, though.
Yeah, maybe that was a grant, I don't know.
I think that came from quite a while ago, didn't it?
I don't
I
know.
just don't know.
I didn't know they were.
Wild City's in trouble.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they have been for several years.
Yeah.
It's creep.
And I think it's
Somebody wasn't paying
compounding.
attention would be my thought.
Compounding.
Yeah,
I always heard that they had sewer and water surpluses and they used them.
oh, bad idea,
So speak somebody.
bad idea.
They're always
don't-
working, tearing
I
up
don't know if that's
streets
true or
and
not.
doing.
They have a lot of
Sewer and
SIDs in Miles City, a lot of SIDs. And if you have a lot of SIDs, you can actually do matching. There is grants available out there, but you gotta have those SIDs. So we just don't have them. And they wanna do $1 million projects. These companies don't wanna come to Terry to do one street. one block. Cause that's all the money we have.
Well, the cost.
They want millions
dollar.
dollar.
Your footage
Yeah.
goes through the roof because
Yeah,
you have all your
it's the
mobile.
mobile cost, yep. Mobilization, yeah, to move everything.
Well,
It's
that
half of the project.
Milwaukee Bridge, I think the mobilization is gonna be about a fifth of the whole
Yeah,
budget,
oh, yeah, I'm sure it will.
if we ever
If you get that far,
get it done.
yeah.
I don't think it was in the big beautiful bill.
I don't.
Not to
think
help
so
us,
either.
I'm sure not. We
But
might
that-
have to do that wind farm just to keep us all out of trouble. Keep our hospital open and keep,
Yeah,
build your bridge.
I guess Prairie County Hospital's on the list.
I saw the list, yes, you're on it, and I'm sure it's because of
Garfield County.
the Medicaid, because we get so much Medicaid. So, we don't wanna lose that, because you lose that and 50 employees, we're in a
We gotta take
world
that.
of hurt. Okay, we're on here, thank you very much.
Thank
You guys have a
ladies.
good day. Back out to the heat, oh.
See you later.
Bye.
DC calling them. Danes.
Christine,
Oh, yeah,
send me a text with that phone number, would you? Just text it to me.
I don't know if I got your number.
You do because you've called me.
I don't know, how goes it?
I actually want to call them for me.
There you are,
You found me?
853-6726.
Yep. Yeah, just send me a text sometime.
I will see if I can find the damn number now.
Well, yeah. Be today.
If I don't do it today, I don't do it because I don't have service at home.
Oh, well, it could be tomorrow. The next time you're in town, whatever.
So it's just Megan and E. Is dot Morel, SURRULL. At Prairie. Yeah. Yeah, we did start to do that. How do you do it?
She was in a cover at time frame that we did a couple years ago. It was about maybe 6 or 7 before. And before, I think it was right before Bill died.
No, for taking or what?
Oh, was it the 20? I thought taking her left in spring, we had Megan for like 2 months.
No, the second time I came first.
Okay.
And I'm, you know, kind of either.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Don't forget, we're recording too.
There was a break where we had her and she needed somewhere to be and we needed to benefit. And so she came down and. We're fine.
All County Bill Parity Act is going to be discussed by Senator Daines' office in Philadelphia. They're coming in.
Oh. Did you?
Josh Sizemore, Josh Sizemore is coming to give a lowdown on what it does. I don't know if there's anything you needed to know.
Yeah, let you talk.
If the boring part, yeah. You're in Maloney and then. Kind of the next break before we start with all the crap for taxes. That could be a direct quote or crap.
What day are they gonna be there?
Friday. Just for lunch.
Oh, great.
Before lunch is better than after lunch.
Yeah, but it don't give you much time.
Well, I don't know.
An hour?
Yeah, about an hour.
Oh, wait, no.
Yeah. 1533.
You give us an hour to come back. We have to be back in at 1. It's an all-day meeting. They give us an hour and you can't hardly find someplace to eat, sit down and eat in one of those big cities. Particularly when you're close to the convention, because everybody jam packs out of those committees. They go find someplace to eat and they have to be back by 1.
Right.
And it's just jam packed.
The mess.
Oh, so you go and you get yourself a cold sandwich and a Coke,
Right.
costs you $32. Groceries.
You have 3 days. Yeah.
Okay.
4 days.
I suggested the museum have Greg Foster look at the windows that they're talking about, the caulking falling out. You remember that?
No,
The windows on the east side have all been replaced, but it's been long enough that the caulking is hardened and starting to fall. And Greg stopped and looked at it and gave him a quote. About 3,000.
3,000 to caulk windows.
It's, repaint window frames, which are peeling pretty bad, and caulk windows.
These are old windows.
No, they're the new aluminum ones. He's gonna have to rent a lift.
A museum.
There we go, we accepted a gift. Or somebody did.
Is that business? Or the? Yeah,
NACO.
oh, Snako.
Yeah. And Josh Seasmore just called me from Dane's office. He's coming in. He's coming in on Friday to talk about the small county code Prairie actually.
Ah,
So he just got notified today that he was traveling from DC to Philadelphia. I don't know how far that is. It'd probably drive.
yeah. Well, you know what she said, what, was it one that told you? Great city to be in,
Everett,
Everett, that's what.
he said it was, he says City Hall, Everett says it's a newer building. He says it's not old. He says the architecture on it's unbelievable. Says the neatest building he's ever seen.
We have family that grew up in that country. And they'll tell you that when they describe it, you can just close your eyes and see it. It's pretty grand stuff. And they have our history there. That's what's,
Yeah, everything was done there.
yeah, well, it's time in Congress.
Well, I bet there were some screaming matches then, I'll tell you.
What's that?
When they put together the Constitution.
Oh, they talk about it in some of their.
You know what, I read about that by a pretty learned guy, and they said that in the heat of the battle, I mean, they were
They were
scrappers.
nose to nose.
They were scrappers. And what Benjamin Franklin said, he suggested, now this is the old guy of the whole bunch, because these guys are 25, 30-year-old people.
Yeah,
And we think of them as old men, but
And
that's
he
not,
was
they just
in his-
wore the weight, but
He was in his
But Benjamin
40s.
Franklin said, you know, as we go through this process, we need to start our day in prayer. And so they did, and that changed the whole attitude of the convention, where they were a little more forgiving instead of when they go to fisticuffs.
legislature starts with prayer every day
Yeah.
during their floor session.
Well, that'll be a good trip. So we gotta get you scooted out here. Are you taking the little coupe up or?
I don't know. I leave it out, I drive it up there and then I leave it outside for 6 days in July with storms. Oh,
Sunbakes it,
you wonder whether you should do that or not.
just for the fun of driving up and driving back.
Yeah. I think I'll just take my pickup and
I
go.
was gonna say, you're probably better off with the pickup than kind of set with the rest
I
of the.
stay at the Boot Hill and the Boot Hill's got, they charge you $40 for up to 2 weeks.
And they'll take you to the airport.
Yeah, they take you there.
That's perfect. Okay, how the hell do I add a phone number?
Pluses, put plus signs in there.
You need to do, there should be a thought sometimes.
I got it, there, I found it.
I'll show you guys something. If Copilot comes in. Ready for this?
What do you got?
Hey, could you tell me something about the Small Pill Parity Act?
Small Business Liability Reform Act aims to shield.
No. Small County Pill Parity Act.
AI?
Helps counties, especially those with federal lands, to offset losses in property taxes. Is that what you were asking about?
Go in a little more in detail.
Sure thing. The Small County Build Parity Act aims to make sure smaller counties receive fair funding through the BUILD program. This program compensates counties for lost tax revenue due to non-taxable federal lands. The act pushes for more equitable payments to smaller counties that rely heavily on these funds. It's really about leveling the playing field for smaller communities. What else do you want to know?
That's good, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's scary.
It's amazing what AI is doing.
Guess I didn't go down and see.
Like your britches.
Thank you.
I know. Yeah. But it.
Okay. Did you remember from?
Are you trying to figure?
Oh, I bought some hay from that guy,
Oh,
trying to figure out where
$150 a ton,
with that
$150 a ton,
160
$260, first cutting.
first cutting.
How much you got left?
To buy.
Yeah,
Well, I think they got quite a bit. But there was a truck out semi out of Jordan. I want to say it's Smith, but I don't think that's right. Oh, there's something. I'll ask him, he'll tell me. Anyway, they had a truck and club. I mean, they had that thing that blows up to build whatever. And I'm only thinking 20.
Sorry about
Mary.
that.
you're all right.
My, budget's basically the same as last year. We increased salary and maybe a little more time. If I might have to have somebody fill in.
Where are you at? What's your number? Here you are, you're on page 19.
19, you're correct. Think.
Yeah, you went down a little bit from what your budget last year
On what, salary?
on the total budget.
I didn't change their numbers, so she needs to have 29,500 for, salary. And 5,000. Did I change it on your guys'?
You give us 27,300
Yeah.
for salaries.
No, she gave you, but she needs 29,500. She calculated wrong because that would just pay her salary. If she needed a substitute, it wouldn't pay it.
Okay, so 29,500.
29,500. And then change the employer contributions to 5,000. And then it should make her bottom line 42,900. Everything else the same.
Some of them we never use, but if we ever need them,
Good.
they're there.
Hope for the best, but plan for the worst.
Well, kind of, sort of, yeah. I don't spend much on extras, so, yeah.
Your dues, they're paid for this year already.
Yeah, we made a mistake last year and it got paid twice and the guy, yeah.
He'll
Just
pay
just do what you did.
Well, I don't know if we did, cause it's supposed to be paid in July and it was, and then it got sent in again in September. Yes.
We got shifty eyes. I'd do the same thing. You never know.
What page number, Tom?
I'll tell you, the guy at the other end said, you already paid. Yeah.
The only thing changed on yours was the salary, right?
Yeah.
Was to be 29,500. 25,000.
$29,500.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
5,000 contribution.
Who do you have to cover for you when you're gone?
Well, but Fran's gonna have hip surgery. And right now, Tim is thinking of doing some work for the sheriff's department
Yeah.
in reserve. But he isn't gonna start right away, cause if he does, he'd be conflict of interest and I need to have shoulder surgery. So,
Replacement.
Oh, the conflict of interest, because
right,
Thank you, Sue.
right now it's looking pretty bleak.
right. What I can do though, and even if he does step in, I will get Stacy and Glenda to initial if anybody ends up in jail. So she'll do it, so. Because to be a sub-judge, you're supposed to be past, sheriff's office or a licensed attorney or a former judge. Yeah. You just can't pick anybody out else to sit there.
I could do it. I'm pretty judgmental.
They get pretty nitpicky, don't they?
Yes, they do.
He can do it.
I'm more nitpickier than he
You're
is.
not one of the above, yeah.
No.
They got in trouble here about 3 years ago, big time. Luke Savage up in Sydney, and he's an attorney. He had a former attorney doing his work for him, and that guy let his license expire.
Oh, no.
And a whole bunch of stuff got tossed.
Oh, no.
Yes,
Oh, so you want to follow the rules on this segment.
right. The alternative would be to have an assistant, but my office isn't really big enough, I think.
Got enough work for two of you?
Well, the thing is, I think I should do it so I know what's going on. And if you had somebody else in there, you know,
Gets lost in the mail.
well, it's just,
You
you know,
got gaping holes.
yeah, so.
Cause the idea is the assistant takes the overflow work or whatever designation that the head honcho says, and that doesn't always work that way.
Since I've been there, I have usually somewhere between 250 and 400 tickets. Way back in time, a year.
A year.
Way back in time in the Watkon, Kathy Henry was doing 2,500 tickets a year. And all Bonnie was doing for her was filing stuff. Bonnie would not touch the computer. There's a big reason there was big gaps, and I yet see some of them. Tickets. That's a lot of tickets. There's about 15 of us that are the clerk and judge. Yes,
You're not in the only county that's,
I'm not Stanford's one, yeah. Yes,
how about Garfield?
I think he might have a clerk. Circle has a clerk. Yeah,
Really?
yeah. Uh-huh. So. Some of them only, JPs only work 1 day a week.
And the clerk works more than that.
Yeah,
They get paid less,
right.
do less. Yeah, I guess I can see that. Don't help you.
Right now, I'm looking at a file trying to decide how in the hell I'm gonna get rid of it. Somebody moved. I do not have a phone number. I know they're in Midwest. They were the last I knew. They owe. I just feel like putting a warrant, but you put out a warrant for somebody's arrest, and if they don't have no money, that doesn't do you any good.
No, this costs them more money.
Well, it costs if you throw them in jail, and we've already done it once with this joker.
That sounds like a candidate for getting lost in the shuffle.
Well, yeah.
What do the county places do that have lots of people like that? Cause I know there's,
They suspend their driver's license. The guy doesn't have a driver's license.
so,
Yeah. So how can you penalize it?
yeah,
Yeah.
making a difference when we got drivers.
I know. I know. Uh-huh.
Your bite don't have a lot of teeth in it sometimes.
It doesn't have any. Oh.
Bad guy's gonna continue doing the bad guy stuff.
Well, the guy left this one's for the animals. He abandoned an animal.
They'll pursue that a little harder than they will if it was a people.
Mm. Some of it, there isn't any justice in.
By law, what are your options?
Well, you can have a hearing, and if he doesn't show up for a hearing, you suspend his license, fill out a warrant for his arrest. What good does that do if they throw him in jail for leaving an animal? And then the county gets to reimburse the jail for,
Services rendered,
so, yes. Yeah,
kind of like our ambulance and some of the
right.
fees that they charge, and you know you're not gonna get your money from them, you might as well just.
I know. And then on the other hand, they say don't charge a person more than he can pay. Well, nobody wants to pay a fine.
Yeah, but can and do are two different.
I know, but they lie in the paperwork.
Well, that's true. If they're gonna break one law, they'll bend the hell out of the other.
Yeah, so
It's a vicious cycle.
it is. It is, yeah.
They sit there like this.
You know, Ruthie Rukoff is a district judge in Washington State, right around the Tri-City area. And she said she is now prosecuting or sentencing people from her bench that are third generation when she started.
I believe it. I believe it.
You
Says,
know,
in other words, what you're telling me is there's people born in your district that don't stand a chance. She was absolutely,
Right.
they don't stand a chance.
No. It's the acceptable norm.
and it's not acceptable to us.
Yes, but to them it is.
Yeah.
See, that's what people don't understand. It had been too many years ago. We had an incident and there's a 12-year-old boy involved in it. And it was horrible. And people said, huh? Why is he like that? Because he was raised to think that was normal. That was his life. But when he went and did it, he really didn't know. And people said, well, you're just trying to justify bad behavior. No, I'm not. When you live a certain way, your house is filthy or dirty, your house is filthy and dirty, because that is a learned behavior.
The majority.
When
like
people
that,
do
but
things.
Not all like.
12-year-old, well, I was 12 one. Those thoughts went in my head. It wasn't.
In your background.
It wasn't there.
Yeah.
But in today's society, there's some stuff out there that's pretty spooky. And you see it.
I see it. Yeah.
You in the office across the hall have got front row seats.
You know, and a warrant for somebody's arrest, what does it do? We throw them in jail.
That doesn't solve anything.
That doesn't solve anything.
You know what? I read a news article or a magazine article and talked about Texas. In the Texas, I forget what they call their public security, but anyway, they did a study and they found out that if a child cannot read by 5th grade, there's a certain percentage going to end up in jail.
Right.
But what they did find out is that they can read, it dropped down. They commissioned a study on it and they found that over the next 10 years, they were going to spend, I want to say, $40 million on new prisons to sell. So what they did, they hired police officers to go into schools and teach children how to read and to balance that thing out. And I never did see the follow-up on that, but I think those things work. Well, you don't
You'd
cause.
be amazed. I've run into probably 4 people now that cannot read. One of them's 30. Yes.
That's not good.
I read the document to him. The thing is, he trusts me. He can sign his name. Can he read it? No,
He's learned how to write his name.
he can write his name. But can he read that document?
Hmm.
And they ended up with public defenders, and two of them were when Judy Kramer worked there. And I said, now you understand they can't read. You're kidding. I said, no, they cannot.
That's a true story.
Yeah.
You know what I learned to read? In Jack, I don't know if any of my English teacher was the pesky Stanford class full of talking. Stand up, front, there you are, you sit right there. So everybody laughed, and she got a book, she said, read this. I'm gonna read old book. Read it.
You can,
She said, you can't read for me. I couldn't. She said, by the end of the school year, you're learning how to read. And she taught me every afternoon after school. She took me in there for half an hour every day, and she taught me how to read.
Chris did that, only he was in like the 3rd or 4th grade. He was good enough memory that he could memorize what other classes were doing. And he would scoot through.
yeah,
His mother had him read something at home. He couldn't read it. She went to school with him the next day.
yeah.
He learned how to read.
Just-
that year.
I know.
You don't think about that, but people can.
No. Oh,
That's sad.
that is sad.
Lack of parental.
In fact, the guy, when I took him to sentencing order, he was working at the time that we had the sentencing thing.
Hey,
And he had agreed to it, he signed it. But I took it to him and explained it to him, and his about 9-year-old daughter was standing there. And I said, I think your daughter would probably like to help you read. I'm a hands-on person, he's a carpenter.
You wouldn't go for that? Beth?
I don't think he can read hardly at all.
They don't realize it opens up a whole new world.
Yeah. He's ambitious, he always has a job, but he can't cook. Yeah. My sister homeschooled and she ended up with cancer. And I lost her, but when there was 3 kids and the 2 older ones, they have a heck of a background. And I don't think the 3rd one is dumb, but he was 9 when he lost his mom. He couldn't read. And they put him in the school system. He couldn't read. He was in a special reading thing, and that summer when I got those kids, he had all these flashcards, and it was 3 and 4 letter words, common word. His dad says he'll figure it out. No, he won't. And you know what? We couldn't do that at night because after you've been out north all day, you were too tired. Every morning for an hour, we worked at it. You know, he's in the Navy. And he's very good on electrical stuff, electronics, computers.
Hands-on.
But, and he graduated from a private school down there, but he couldn't, it was a struggle the whole way through. Yeah.
Shall we break for lunch?
Yeah.
I have grandchildren that will.
Was there anything else, Mary?
Mm-mm.
Thank you.
What they found was when they were at college, one of them at the University of Washington. He couldn't believe that they had a remedial reading program going on. His kids every day, kids in his classes. They couldn't read it.
Mm-hmm.
Very poor.
Mm-hmm.
And he was up here.
That's a bookcase in every room in my house.
And boxes under the bed.
A
Yeah.
few. Yeah. And no TV.
No TV.
No TV.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing, because my my great grandchildren come down and they don't have TV in the world, so we live without TV. You know what? They live a happy, productive life and they know stuff.
Oh, yeah.
They're not getting a news feed or they're not watching some cartoon.
Yeah,
They're playing a dirt pile. They're building stuff.
right, right.
Thanks, Mary.
Yep.
So if you don't have to do all 5 meals on the ambulance, you should do it,
If we don't, what were they voted in?
because I thought it was up to.
It's my life, not my finances.
That you might be right. We don't need them, we don't, unless we want to do a CIP or whatever the correct fund would be.
I don't know, because I'm looking at. There's 20,000, if you did all 5 meals,
Be 24,000.
there'd be 20,000 sitting in reserve, and I don't know that you should do that.
For what?
Ambulance, we gotta approach the question, they want us to pay more on it too. Do we wanna do that or not?
No.
Well, what I was thinking was we've got that, where they turn the accounts into, can't think of what the name of it is.
Right?
Pentler?
Denver.
If she would do that, there's 6,000 we could up her on,
$500.
500 a month. That's the least of 500 a month or whatever the percentage in.
Wouldn't it be better if they just took the whole thing? You need any wit or wisdom or just leave you alone?
I agree with you, Jerry. I think our taxpayers are getting very tired right now, and we don't need to take it all. I don't think we should take it all.
On any of them.
That's just me.
So she might have done like one, but I don't.
But
Mostly. Well, it should have been backed up by 1%.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean I didn't miss one of those computers or one of those ones that go on.
Well, another thing about that is I'm really. Yeah. Well, that, I mean, it's the go in. Normal.
Well, but I won't have that done,
Well,
except, oh, you needed that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
But. Really a project that's worth for.
Well, but it is now that, like you've explained that point that. God, I'm-
Curious about that. Yeah.
So. So it's something that you haven't told, right? Or. So. It's worth it. And so you talk to her, I thought you have to write it down, so she gave me the.
And the other part about this was your balance.
Oh, on the worksheet.
Yeah, worksheet, yeah.
Because she doesn't have to make that. So, in honesty, she was rolling the whole town. In the beginning, she didn't have that number. And she wouldn't go from zero, she said it's not zero. And I said, and then she goes, well, we can't put the number from what's there, and I'm like, but you do, you have a hard key in here. So then I'm like, and she goes, well, I'm very sure, go back. Well, in the spring time, it's no big deal. And it's definitely deeper and deeper and deeper. And so, but I think that's what it wasn't, because in the past couple of years.
Yeah. Well, the
Question about money.
well, unless you have the state.
She's getting right there in the. So. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I did find yeah, I mean, of course, you do it one time and then you have more payments like that, but still, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Ryan, I'll be now. It leads and.
That's not the time. We write the document.